Hey, hey, hey. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Late Show with your host, Young Brando. I'm, I'm suffering from connection difficulties. I don't know what's going on. Um, the mic should be fixed by now, but I have a pretty bad signal. I don't know why that is. I hope we won't run into any huge problems. Um, all right. So apparently there was something important going on today. I had no clue. It's what's a Super Bowl, guys? Jump on and teach me something. What's a Super Bowl? Uh, you can click the link and join the panel if you would like, and join me in discussing some nice watches. I'm gonna start with start with something relatively obscure, and maybe we'll also talk a little bit about um, what's been going on in the watch world, what's been going on in the world of watches, and what people were wearing at the Super Bowl as well. I was also experiencing a little crisis because I can't find my lugs for this little beast. I took the bracelet off and I was going to put it on a NATO strap, but unfortunately I couldn't find the extra spare lugs that I had lying around. It's chaos. It's chaos, but we'll have to roll with it. So, as you know, relatively, there has been a resurgence of neo vintage watches that actually are not only vintage inspired, but really, in a way, vintage inside and out. And I mean pieces like the Mero that I was just presenting to you a few days ago, where you have a vintage inspired design, overall, especially when it comes to the dial, the big eye that presents the minute totalizer. But also, what you have is a new old stock vintage movement that has been produced by one of the uh, most voluminous makers of chronograph movements from the mid-century. So you have a watch that is neo vintage front and back, and that is in fact powered by a new stock classic movement, for the lack of a better term, that is given an exhibition case back treatment, which is actually quickly becoming a genre that I really like. Obviously, we associate these sorts of exhibition case back with independent makers, um, with high horological boutique sized manufacturers. And I mean, suffice to say, I will have to concede, right? When there are more elements of hand finishing, when there is deep uh, anglage, I love it too. But even when it is more humble and stripped down like this, where you have a classic, mid-century caliber like the Landeron 248, I can't complain. Similar approach was taken, of course, by Grail Watch, which Waco's, the ever industrious Waco's new initiative in realizing collaborations between the mind behind Revolution Watch magazine and um, some of the rising watchmakers today. And for number 2 of his project, I think the number is now 5, and this is not counting the other kinds of perhaps less adventurous collaborations that Waco already realizes with Revolution Watch. For number 2, he actually reached out to Frank Müller, who had established his independent workshop in 1991, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe the first production or the first watches he presented actually took until 1992. Hence, this watch, this project was very much with the idea of celebrating the 30th anniversary of Frank Müller's manufacture. Of course, I meant Spring Bar, but you already see how frazzled and distracted I am. Yes, I wish I had. Um, yeah, I wish I had like extra lugs lying out around somewhere that I could solder onto random kinds of cases. That would have been just great. Imagine, I've been actually hiding my identity because I'm a, new age American watchmaker. No chance. I don't have that kind of talent. Tim G, welcome to the show. St. Peter, hey, thank you guys. Thank you. Thanks for being here. So we were talking about watches that embody the spirit of neo vintage and go beyond simply being inspired by classic watch designs of yesteryear, but actually revive some of the mainstay, if not necessarily legendary, but certainly very common and popular chronograph movements, specifically of the 40s, 50s, and 60s. And again, I was quite taken aback by this watch. I love the design because it harkens back to those early chronographs by Patek Philippe, whether we are talking about the reference 130 or 1463, from the dial layout and the Breguet numerals that grace 12 and 6 o'clock to the particular shape and decoration of the pushers. This piece is really something that exudes that neoclassical vibe inside and out. And the story behind it is pretty interesting too, because ultimately, when they wanted to pay this kind of tribute to Frank Müller by reviving that 90s chronograph he had built for an Italian retailer in the spirit of classical chronographs, those early wrist chronographs as they were differentiated then. He also wanted something that would be period correct, period appropriate in terms of the movement that powers the watch. And Lemania, of course, came to mind, and they were lucky enough that in the manufacture, in the Frank Müller manufacture, there was actually a couple of trays of, you guessed it, Lemania 1873 movements, movement bases, which they entirely overhauled, um, assembled, and uh, finished, and came up with this final product, which uh, again puts a few modernizing and finishing touches to that early example of the Frank Müller chronograph. Make sure that you can actually see, you can actually contemplate the behind it. This was, by the way, one of those watches that inspired it, and it's a piece that was once retailed or once sold by a collected man. Of course, this is a piece that's 37 millimeters rather than the modernized 39. It has relatively unadorned pump pushers, whereas Grail Watch version actually has that fluting that harkens back to the famous Tasti Tondi, those round pushers of the 1463. Aiden, my friend, how are you doing, man?
What's up, man? I just want to talk watches, guys. Watches. So that's why I'm here, for the watches and for young Brando.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, nothing personal, right? I don't get offended if you're just here to talk watches, independent of who else is here. So I appreciate you.
Yeah,
How
nice
you
watch
been,
there.
man? Did you watch the game?
I didn't really watch it. I'm not a big
No?
sports guy. I'm not really a big sports guy into watching sports, but I heard that it was a close game, and I might actually check out the halftime show maybe
Mm-hmm.
at some point.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I was more interested in that. I guess. Yeah, I mean, look, Rihanna is super attractive, and I love a lot of her music as well. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't particularly taken by the halftime show, I have to say.
Yeah. I'm a
Um,
musician, so I like to check out all different musicians, and
of course,
especially a halftime show. It's a big deal in America.
of course, and at the end of the day, it is a performance, right? It is as much about the pageantry around it and the choreography as it is the actual music, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and I heard she was wearing a watch, and I want to know about the Super Bowl watches and things like
Right.
that.
We can pull up one of the articles that just came out.
Yeah,
I'll just go through this little thing I was doing. I didn't want to leave you in the background,
yeah. So
so
let me derail you. We don't have to go to the Super Bowl
just yet.
watches, but yeah.
Just yet. We will get back to it. So this was the original series of the chronographs that Frank Müller recreated in a limited run of 50 pieces for the Italian market. Um, I don't know the exact story, whether it was one particular retailer or simply for a bunch of retailers altogether. But the idea was basically to provide the, of course, the design elements and the quality of uh, a classical high horology chronograph at a relatively accessible price point. Hence, the watch is in stainless steel. Hence, it is built on relatively common Lemania Ebosch, the cam switching mechanism that we are very much familiar with as the base of Omega's Moonwatch movements post 321, so 861, 1861. And in terms of its architecture, 3861 is not much different either. But all of those elements were, of course, combined with an a case that had anti-magnetic properties, hence the closed case back in the original, and a chronometer certified regulation, which of course is something that is part of the everyday utility of the watch. So this is marked number 5 out of 50, and that was the Grail watch recreation in honor of the 30th anniversary of the Frank Müller, which similarly used Lemania Ebosch to power the watch. So looking at all these watches over the last few weeks or month or so, I was reminded of a project that the independent watchmaker Andreas Strehler realized for Maurice Lacroix, of all different brands that you could imagine, for more than 15 years ago. So I kind of did a little piece about that in my Instagram. Yeah, guys, my connection is giving me trouble, so let me see if I can do it this way. Sorry about that. Can you hear me well, Aiden?
Yes, I can hear you. Yep.
Okay.
No, I can definitely hear you perfect.
Okay. There is a problem though with my connection, most certainly. I just don't know what that's about. Okay. Okay, so this is the movement that Andreas Strehler produced for Maurice Lacroix for a watch they simply called the chronograph. The masterpiece chronograph, also it's sometimes called. The movement was their first manufactured caliber, first truly manufactured caliber, ML 106, and it actually took the classic Venus 175 as its source of inspiration. So let me read a little bit from here. The neo-vintage trend, where horological designs serve as an aesthetic inspiration for contemporary pieces, has been with us for quite some time, and it seems that it's here to stay. More recently, as I just mentioned, with Merot and also Frank Müller Grail watch, we have seen this approach in a more expansive form where it comes to define the contemporary piece inside and out, with a new old stock caliber becoming the beating heart of a brand new watch. In such instances, the case back of the watch is given an exhibition treatment, ennobling the mechanism that supposedly belongs to a bygone time. There are certain moments in recent horological history where the spirit of revivalism meets a stroke of original genius. The 1998 example of the Collection Privée Cartier Paris Tortue Monopoussoir, where the brains behind Technique Horlogère Appliquée, the THA, the two young and relatively obscure watchmakers at the time by names of François Paul-Jean and Denis Flageolet, created caliber 045 MC for Cartier to help recreate a classic chronograph of the Roaring 20s. This is something we talked a little bit about on the channel. As you know, François Paul-Jean and Denis Flageolet, who of course is the brains as well as the artisan behind De Bethune, which is a brand he established with David Zanetta, even though Zanetta is now has now moved on. And Vienne Alter, they had this group, this workshop they called THA, which did a lot of work for major brands, especially in designing and producing watch movements, calibers for them. They had done a lot of work for Cartier in those years when they had a whole line called Private Collection for Cartier Paris, CPCP. And in fact, it was apparently the two of them, Journe and Flageolet, who went to Cartier to say, hey, why don't we recreate the 20s cushion-shaped chronograph with the monopusher for you? And that's how the 045 MC was born. Usually people mention all three of them when they refer to the creation of this chronograph movement. I did some digging and found an interview that Arthur Touchot did with Flageolet for the Phillips auction house. And he's pretty insistent that Alter was long gone when the two of them were working on this movement. So it's just François-Paul Journe and Denis Flageolet who are behind the monopusher Cartier Tortue chronograph. Anyway, so that's one example that's usually mentioned very frequently. But this particular piece I wanted to show you today is much less known, and for that reason also can be quite easily acquired in the market. And I know Maurice Lacroix is usually known for oversized pieces, but there are examples of this masterpiece chronograph that hover around 40 millimeters on the spec sheet, and they have very classical elements of design with guilloche dials, bicompax layout, meaning a 2-register chronograph layout and functionality, precious metal, right, and great pieces, wearable in all kinds of ways, really, but certainly as a nice gentleman's chronograph. So that could be a good deal. Look out for those Maurice Lacroix masterpiece chronographs on the secondary market, especially the ones with the ML106 movement that was made by Strehler. They wanted to produce a mechanism that was soulful in its foundations and robust in its everyday reliability. They reached out in 2006, therefore, to independent watchmaker Andreas Strehler to fashion for them a contemporary take on the Venus 175. Strehler may be better known for the ingenuity of the perpetual calendar movement he designed for H. Moser, or the pure poetry of his Harry Winston Opus 7, but I somehow prefer the neoclassicism expressed in the ML 106. The end result is the architectural marvel you see pictured here, a modern movement expressing the same aesthetic sensibility as the Venus 175, but with a broader expression, improved kinematics, and elements of high horological finishing, right? Like the black polished screws, for example. At the heat blued screw, in fact, that is on the column wheel there. The two gold chatons here, where the rubies are set on the Maurice Lacroix inscribed and Geneva striped bridge, chronograph bridge there. So quite a nice piece for the money on the secondary market, especially. And you are getting something that is not only reliably modernized, but also built after those legendary movements that powered especially watches by some very important pieces by Breitling. Like, for example, the Navitimer 806, for a good part of its existence after it moved on from the Valjoux caliber, ran on a caliber 178, which is a close relative of this chronograph, simply with the addition this movement, I should say, simply with the addition of a 12-hour counter. And the Venus 179, which was again part of the same family, the split-second chronograph movement already in the 40s was the beating heart of the Breitling duograph, which is an amazing watch, examples of which you can see on Fred Mandelbaum's Instagram account. Watch Fred. Those of you who are not familiar with his work, he is he's probably one of the biggest collectors of Breitling watches of all time, but certainly also a very respectable collector of vintage chronographs, period. And he's really a fountain of knowledge when it comes to especially vintage chronographs and the history of Breitling chronographs in particular. All right. I think we're good. I feel better now that I got that off my chest, Aidan.
Yeah. Chronographs are really cool. It kind of makes me stressed out just like seeing all those little pieces out of there. Like I've never ever serviced or taken apart a movement, but I have done like bracelets and stuff. And even, with the pins and collars, like I've lost a collar before and it just like it's lost in the carpet and you never see it again. I'm sure it's the same thing with, you could lose those little pieces if you're servicing a movement. You got to be careful. Right?
Well, that's why usually people try not to do these as well. Professional watchmakers don't do this at home necessarily.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
In a much more sterile environment, if not necessarily like a surgical theater, it is a clean, very well lit, interesting places. Watchmakers workshops. I think it's always worth a visit.
Have you ever taken apart a watch to just see the inner workings yourself and take it apart yourself to get the experience?
The closest thing I did was popping up a case back just to observe, but never taken apart the watch because I simply don't have the training. So I would not want to do that.
Yeah, the most I've done was just taking a rotor off, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not doing this.
Do you work on your guitars at all, like on the pickups, etc.?
Oh yeah, definitely on my own guitars for sure. I do a lot of it myself, and I've pieced pieces together from scratch. I do like tinkering with things, but when it comes to watches, man, those parts are just so delicate. And if I lose one part, it's got to be kind of tough. You might have to buy a whole nother movement to get that one part, right? So I don't know. It's tough. It's hard.
Yeah, yes and no. Yes and no. It can be very tricky. I mean, don't try this at home, man. It's completely true that you always leave things to professionals. St. Peter.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
Good evening, gentlemen.
Yeah. Yeah.
How you
Although I
doing?
will say, like, oh, hey, St. Peter, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, boys?
You joined the crew.
Hey, boys.
Hi, boys.
Hi, boys.
I had to hop on.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you. Nice to see you.
That was a great. I like the history of the CPCP chrono. And that guy, the person who I know in my neighborhood who is that collector that I know, who I've told you about before, who has that AP chrono. He's been itching to get into Cartier, and I sent him a Keystone link of a mono pusher. I think Keystone, I don't know if they're both still available, but they had two different ones. And I sent him the link, and he was like, "Oh my God, this is amazing!" And I was like, "Dude, like Journe, it was like Journe movement, like this whole thing." But he's a very large person, and he thinks the 37 is diminutive. And I was like, "No, man, it's Cartier. Like you could wear it." But also, I feel like with that tonneau shaped case, I think it wears bigger than a round 37.
Yeah.
So So I don't know if he's going to go for it or not, but I just feel like, if you're buying a solid gold day date, and an AP, a 41 millimeter AP chrono, like you're definitely in the position to be able to kind of acquire something like that, possibly, maybe not. Yeah, that was the one. I think I sent him that link. And
Mhm.
so they have so there's a few different dial styles, right? There's the one where it's like the print on the dial is round, so they fit this like round print, like more like a circular text layout. But I'm actually partial to this one that like contours the case of the watch, because I think the way that
There's
Cartier.
one that no, continue.
Sorry, you broke up a little bit. I didn't hear what you said.
I, I was saying continue. I have connection problems
Okay.
anyway, so
No,
just
no problem. No problem.
continue what you were
Yeah.
talking about.
So I believe, I don't know if it was earlier than this reference or not, because I'm not that familiar with the dial typography, and the dial design. But I know that there is a reference that I believe it has the same movement and a similar subdial and register layout, but it's like a circular geometric print of the Romans. Like the Romans kind of wrap around the dial in like in a kind of
Mm.
circular design, and it reminds me of like those Roger Dubuis watches where they had like that really interesting profile. It was like half square, half round, with the crystal that contoured the case, and eventually they ended up switching to like leaving the outside case shape contoured like that, but are just a round crystal. And I think those Roger Dubuis, I don't know if they made mono pusher chronos, but I know they had like perpetual calendars and chronographs also.
Your
But
sympathy case, right?
right, yeah, I believe that's what it was. It was one of those watches that Revolution did, like, hey guys, these are under the radar, like what they thought was like an undervalued piece. Of course, it was in their catalog for sale, right? So they're like,
Mm.
they were trying to sell it, but I remember recently they
Yeah,
did it.
but like look, even even with this particular piece, of course, we're talking about a watch that's basically $50,000, let's say. I mean, these are 44 and 44 here, the pink gold and yellow gold, but the more desired um white gold one that has this sort of blue accents on the dial and like a single oversized Roman numeral at 12 o'clock.
Mhm.
That one I've seen go for 60K plus just very recently, and not even at the height of the market. But at any rate, I think for what you are getting in terms of the junction between the emergence of today's independence, you have François Paul and Denis Flageolet collaborating on a movement, the Caliber 045 MC. Have a classic Cartier design that has remained pretty. I'm not going to say elusive, but it's not as, even though it's appreciated, it's not as uh, as popular as Tank or Santos, which I think is actually a selling point in this way. So it is something that's still a sleeper in a way. Yes, it is already more than $40,000, but I can still imagine a decade down, if the market is healthier than it is today, this is the kind of watch that will reach six figures. So it's not so bad. And same thing can be said about early Roger Dubuis as well. Let's pull up one of those pieces so we can see what our friend St. Peter was talking about.
Yeah, so
I mean,
it's
the
it's
Easy
the
Diver watches that we were looking at, by the way, that's basically the sportier iteration of that same case shape. Just to put it out there.
nice.
Sorry, go ahead, man.
Oh no, I was saying the second generation Tortue mono pushers. Those are the ones that I'm more attracted to. So I believe the first generation is the one with the circular dial that you were referring to, and it's not the case, it's just the print on the dial is circular. And then the second gens, what I'm seeing on my end when I just do a search for it, it's a 2714 reference, which is nice. It's nice when watch companies have 4-digit reference numbers, right? they're easy to remember.
It happens when you couldn't move your watches for decades.
Right, exactly.
That happens.
Yeah, you don't have enough references.
No, I mean, joking aside, yes, thankfully, Rolex references are still within the realm of reason in a way. You have a number of digits in quick succession which have stayed in relation to each other, right? In the sense, for example, the 50th anniversary Submariner, the so-called Kermit, is 16610 LV. The Hulk is 11610 LV, right? So, you have some sort of continuity as well, which helps you keep track. But brands, it's just it's like cracking a code, man. I mean, it's it requires a certain skill that even I despair at. So
yeah, I mean, all those annoying, long reference numbers. I mean, like, the Omega ones where they have multiple dots in them, like different like lines of numbers separated by dots. It's just like, oh my God, like this is crazy.
Yeah.
But I mean, I also think memorizing reference numbers in general is I feel like that's a little bit of a kind of geeky thing. Like I oftentimes.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Do you guys know anyone
like memorizing all the different numbers?
Do you guys know anyone who's memorized a full Omega reference number?
Oh, I'm sure they're
I know the first Bond automatic Seamaster. It must be 2531.at.00. We can test it out if my internet isn't stopping working anytime. Yep.
Well, there you go.
Hey, I have a question. For you guys, and I know what the answer is. I just want to see if you guys know the answer. Do you guys want to try this question I've got? It's a watch question.
Yes, sir.
Shoot.
Okay.
Please.
So, what was the first watch brand? I'm just going to say the brand to ever run nonstop for a total of 744 hours when it was totally wound. Super extended power reserve. What was the first watch ever to run nonstop for a total of 744 hours when it was fully wound? What's the brand? Just the brand. That's all I'm asking.
Are we talking about a watch in serial production or a concept watch?
That it's just the very, very first one.
Lange 31.
Ding 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 ding! Winner.
Damn, really that was they broke a record when they released that watch.
Winner chicken dinner. Man,
is that true?
His watches.
Is that true? The Lange 31.
Yeah, Lange 31. Well, I mean, look, it's kind of cheating because you actually have to wind it with a key. But 31 in the name literally refers to the 31 days of the month. Power reserve. Yeah. Yep. 31-day power reserve. Right. You have to crank it up with its own key, but it runs for a whole month once you do that.
I love that watch, man. It's thick as fuck.
Man.
Why do I
that's the only problem, It's the
You
only
like some
problem with
thick.
the Longa one.
Thick
I
AF, man. We
yeah, it's
like
thick. It's
when
thick. It's thick
it's
AF.
think AF.
I
You know,
actually
and
I absolutely love the design of this watch. Um, and I do think that we're talking about like if you have the right wrist size for it, why not? I mean, I feel like if you're a larger person or maybe a smaller person who just wants to wear a giant looking watch, like why not go for something like this? Where it looked like the prices before you went to Langa's website, it looks like this thing sells way below retail.
mm,
Right? Of course, Langa, they don't tell you any of their prices anymore, which is so annoying to me. But
yeah.
It's a heck of a
Only
power reserve.
only some entry level pieces they have something, I think, one Silversoft, and I think maybe the entry level Saxonia we can see some of the prices, but you're absolutely is gone. I think Lange various metals they have the prices too, but it's rare. Most of it is upon request at this point.
it's cool that it's in the Saxonia family, but it has a big date.
Yep.
That it has a big date that's not bilaterally symmetric at like the 12 o'clock position, which is unusual for the Saxonia. Or does it? Can you go back to the 31? Yeah, so that actually makes the 31 to me. That's really unique about the 31, right? Because most Saxonias, including the datagraphs, they have the big date indicator at the 12 o'clock position. Like
Yeah.
I don't know if there are any other Saxonias that have the big date wherever it was there at the 10 or 11 o'clock position there. That actually makes it very, very unique in that family line.
Are you guys a big fan of just Lange, Longa watches, in general, or the Longers?
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Really?
I
They're
love
my
it.
number one. They're my favorite brand.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
I think
Even
among
though
without
they are
looking,
Richemont,
sorry.
so because
Yeah,
of the delay.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. Anyways, it's I think among brands in serial production, beyond the true independence, Lange has to be my favorite brand as well.
What do you guys love about what do you like about it?
Well, one thing that I truly appreciate about Lange, and this is why I pulled up this particular piece, the triple split chronograph. They have a way of combining a sort of restrained conservatism in terms of the aesthetics with excessive technological innovation, right? Because they did, for example, when they were doing the split chronographs, they did the double split first, and then they did the triple split, and only then they introduced quote unquote a solo split second chronograph, which kind of tells you that they're not really interested in dabbling with
Mediocrity.
Yeah, they just have to do something excessive
Right.
first, and then they
which
start
was
scaling it back.
the regular Rattrapant was the 1815, right, with the vertical
Mhm.
registers on it. The
Which is
anniversary
a
piece
truly
in honey gold.
beautiful watch.
Yeah, I love to answer for my point of view. It's like
what do you
Lange to me. Oh God, what is it? I mean, I really early on, before I really got deep into watch collecting, was attracted to them. Like I was finding out about Lange around the same time I was finding out about AP and Patek, and they were always these kind of like unattainable things, just like, oh man, like that's so out of my price range, but like I could always dream, right? Like it's like the kid that like dreams for having a Ferrari one day or like a Lamborghini or something, and you go, you can't afford it, but you go on the website, you go on the Porsche website, and you configure your 911 GT3 with like all the trim and all the different colors and all that kind of stuff, and that takes quite a bit of time, and in the end, you're still not going to get anything out of it, right? Like you're never actually going to get the GT3, but there's something about that daydreaming experience to me that I'm kind of captivated by. And then I just started to appreciate the actual art of the watchmaking, and really the design. So it's like it's Lange's aesthetic that I really like. I wish they were better with water resistance. Like I wish they had more influence and more options in the sport category, because I like the idea of being able to just wear a watch and never have to take it off. And unfortunately, they're not really that kind of brand. They're really more of a dress watch brand. But they have the Odysseus, which more or less satisfies that requirement of the kind of everyday, watch you just throw on. You could wear it when you're, as Gary G says, like he wears his watch to go shovel horse manure in the stables, and it's so funny. Like he puts on his Lange one to go, shovel horse poo. And
that's when you've made it. That's when you've made it.
Oh, yeah. Gary has made it.
Oh yeah,
believe me. Yeah.
Gary made it
owning
a long
Lange
time ago. Gary made it a long time ago. Well, I remember so he's a, correct me if I'm wrong, Lord, but he's an engineer, right? He's like some kind of an engineer.
I think he's some sort of finance uncle. Maybe we can put it like this.
Oh, I thought he did some type of engineering, but
I don't know. Maybe he's like a Silicon Valley person. I don't exactly know. I've never actually talked about anything personal with Gary Getz. We just geeked out over watches, mostly Jaeger LeCoultre and Lange. I have not asked him a single personal or professional question.
Yeah. It's good. Better to stay on that. To stay on that track.
And super chat too. Super chat.
Oh, thank you, Aidan.
Super chat alert.
Cedar, my Lebanese friend, my beautiful Lebanese friend, $5 Australian. Good day, young Brando. I always enjoy your show. Unfortunately, I don't get to watch you as often as I'd like, thanks to work. Man, that does get in the way usually. Keep up the great content. Thank you so much, Phoenician. And you are, as you know, as the first and last super chats of the day get entered into the raffle, you are now in the raffle for the Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers watch with the lime green dial. So I will add you now to that list, and I think you are number 34.
The lime green. Ooh, that one's cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
Which one was already awarded?
The orange.
The orange one.
The orange. Nice. I think, and then the viewer received it, right? I believe I saw his.
Yeah,
that's amazing. Look, timely deliveries. Also, this is what you get. This is what you get when you participate in these giveaways. It's you get a timely delivery of the product.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, there are watch YouTubers who will take your watch away to never give back, and there are watch YouTubers who will gift you a watch through a raffle, and you will actually get it in
like a week later, right? Didn't he just won this raffle like last week?
Well,
right?
I think he got it in 2 days, but
there you go,
to be fair, he's in San Diego, so it
quick
didn't
shipping
take too long.
Good on you though for getting it out, man. It's just
love it.
Yeah, it
looks great.
It does look great, especially in that light.
Orange is fun. Orange is fun. It's a fun color.
Also, of course, I love my fellow hairy wrist brother Niche as well. It's nice to rock on these things with healthy vigor of that.
Yeah.
This is, by the way, the Rattrapante, the split-second
Ooh.
chronograph that they introduced in 2020 in their proprietary alloy of honey gold, which, as gimmicky as it sounds, actually looks very tasteful and elegant in person. So, especially in combination with that, with those like coppery accents on the dial, it's one of the most beautiful watches I've ever worn in my life.
I feel
Wow.
like, as this along a fanboy, for my collecting journey, and it doesn't really matter what reference it is, but I feel like I got to get some honey gold. Like I just think like that would be like an awesome thing to have in the collection. If it's like, okay, I got to get a piece, it's honey gold, doesn't need to be the craziest one, because I know they have some more modestly priced ones. I mean, most of them are limited edition, of course, so they're going to be up there. But they release for the anniversary year, they released those. Were they Saxonias or 1815 ultra thins? Can't remember.
Let's see. I think we can. There were some honey gold ones listed on Chrono 24 as, it's not the word of God, but the pricing, I think, is of course much more reasonable when it comes to the moon phase one, for example, compared to the Rattrapante, which is one of 100, and it's a chronograph, right? When you say Lange, most people think of a chronograph these days, and then maybe the Odysseus, and then Lange 1, even though Lange 1 is the actual icon of the brand. This one, for example.
Right. I believe all those anniversaries were all in the 1815 line, right? Because it was it an anniversary for the brand, or was it an anniversary of F.A. Lange himself? Like the 1815, that's his birthday, correct? Is that where that date comes from?
Yeah. There was no manufacturer at that time. Nothing associated with Lange anyways. Yeah,
And
that's the birthday.
The anniversary year, was it, what was it? It's 175, or that was it?
2015. 200th birthday, basically.
Oh, was it that long ago?
Yeah, man, don't blame yourself. It's the pandemic
Holy
that
shit,
completely effed.
This watch
like,
was
our
released in
perception.
2015?
Not every honey gold piece is the 200th anniversary, so I have to double check. No, this is actually an earlier piece, 2011. Limited edition of
But that the
265.
Rattrapante that you had
The
up before.
Rattrapante is 2020. The single solo Rattrapante is 2020. They just released last year platinum version of it, which, as beautiful as it is not nearly as attractive and as unique aesthetically as this one. So
so there were 3 watches this year that were released when this one was in 2020. There was an ultra thin, and then there was the Grand Comp 1815, like the big, it had like the Tourbillon perpetual calendar chronograph. I think it was a turbograph, what they call the turbograph, I believe.
I think I may have tried on that watch as well. Let me see.
I think you did. I think I remember seeing a picture or one of your wrist shot videos from the boutique.
It's like the everything but the kitchen sink watch, as I called it.
Also thick AF.
Yes. Which we like.
So Aiden, have you seen that key, the ratchet key that's used for winding the Lange 31?
No, I haven't.
I love how you managed to squeeze in ratchet right after thick AF. So
it is,
but
it's a very, to me, as like just someone who likes using tools, like it's a really cool tool, because it's basically like a stubby ratcheting screwdriver. Like that's the best way to describe what this Lange 31 key is, which I'm sure, if you want to pull up a picture of it or whatever, you could probably find it online, but it looks like it's designed to be gripped with like the thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger, just kind of like 2 or 3 fingers at a time. And it has like this beautiful knurling. It's got like this beautiful knurling on it, and it's
Man,
and
speaking
it is ratchet. It is
Ratchet, Tool, thick AF. I mean, come on, guys.
yeah, and requiring 2 or 3 fingers, it's going pear-shaped, guys. Let's get this together. On their webpage, sometimes they are not very good when it comes to demonstrating some of these things on their own webpage, so you have to somehow go elsewhere. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, Block to Watch, I think, has a piece on it, and
man, it's such a cool watch. Yeah, so it's got a square drive in there. So the driver is square shaped. And the back crystal, it's just wild how the shape of that crystal on the back is. Like, that's a very unusual shaped crystal.
Yeah, for whatever reason, they don't have the key on that piece either, on that article.
Do you guys have a favorite Lange, or you just like them all, or?
It's a tough one. For me, I decided, like, I was thinking, because they're kind of outside my price point, and I was talking to other collectors who, are just much wealthier collectors, who I said, well, they were always asking, they're like, oh, you're talking about Lange all the time. Like, do you have one? Which one are you going to get? And I was like, oh, I think I'm going to have to get a Saxonia, because that's kind of like the entry level.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, it's like the 3, like if money wasn't an option and I had to build a 3-piece, I think, and this has not changed, it would be Richard Lange Jumping Seconds, the white gold black dial case, a yellow gold Lange 1, probably with a champagne dial, although if there was maybe a mother of pearl dial in yellow, I would consider that. I know the Soiree, I've seen those in white gold. I don't know about yellow. And then obviously the Datograph, but I actually prefer the more modern Datograph with the up down on it.
Yeah, mother of pearl and a Lange.
Yeah, check it out. The Soiree Lange 1s, they're beautiful.
Didn't Mark Cho's auction just have one, the Soiree?
Oh, I don't.
Or something with a mother of pearl dial in Lange, I know. But this is, yeah, if I were to get one, I mean, honestly, believe me, if there was a quick hot second when I thought, should I just keep my 5513, sell everything else, put together my life savings, and just get a Datograph and be done with it. I have thought about that, and they have started coming back down. I mean, I've seen a few around $75,000, which compared to what they now list for at Lange, is a decent deal. But most importantly, it's I do prefer the older version. Both the aesthetic of the Roman numerals laid out in this triangular fashion, the fact that this is thinner and smaller, so more akin to how the 1815 chronograph wears today than to the current version of the datograph with the power reserve indicator at 6 o'clock. And it has the oversize date, which is something that I love in Lange, something that I really love in my reverso grand date as well. And yeah, it's a flyback chronograph, which is a function that I again adore in my Breguet Type 20. So it kind of, it would have combined a lot of watches that are already in my collection. So I was at some point thinking, okay, let's put the Breguet, the Reverso, and everything else together and shoot for the moon. But I said, why not leave things to their natural course, and maybe another kind of opportunity will come up at some point. We'll see.
Yeah, I could have sworn one of the videos that I watched from that recent trade show in Miami, I think it may have even been Menta watches, or possibly, I can't remember who else, but they had one of these. It was a first generation. It may have been the same reference as this, and I think they were asking 65. And I was really surprised by that, because to get into a datograph now from Lange, it's $100,000. You know, I think they're all above six figures now, or they're close to it.
Oh yeah, I think it's 100 and change, of course, plus tax.
Damn, man, it's crazy.
And you basically, I think you put down a third of it right away and then wait for a year or more to get it at this point.
Right. So I feel like getting into one of those things for that's right. So this is Guilloche Mother of Pearl.
Yeah. And this is the Lange one Soirée that once belonged to Mark Cho of the Armory fame, with the matching beads of rice bracelet in 18 karat white gold. And apparently the bracelet was made by the German jewelers Wellendorf.
Ooh. I don't like the extra space on the lugs right there. You know what I mean? I can't stand bracelets like that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it goes with the vibe of a mother of pearl dial on this. It's a very vintage touch. Like, this is the opposite of how a modern bracelet should integrate and ideally sit perfectly flush between the lugs against the case. And I understand why that may be desirable, but I think the styling is intentional in this case. Not, it's a feature, not a bug, so to speak.
And I just dropped you the link in the private chat of that, the one that I consider to be my perfect Lange one.
And this is the reduced size, right?
I believe the soirees are the smaller size, but
the one that we just looked at was not. The one that we just looked at was 38.5, which is the traditional size.
Yes,
but this is 36, I think.
So yeah, 36, the little Lange one. To me, I normally would want to go with a 38 or 39. Like 37, I feel like for what I like to see on my wrist is on the low end. But when I think about the 3-piece collection that I just previously described, those other two watches are big, right? So this is really more of the more dressy piece. And just to comment on what Aiden had to say about that N-Link, I believe that there is, I can't remember who it was. I don't think it was Gary. I think it was somebody else. But did you ever see that article, YB, that was about the collector who bought the platinum Wellendorf bracelet for his it was a Datograph Lumen, and he custom fitted a platinum Wellendorf bracelet to it. And the only way that he could do that was by he had custom end links fabricated for it. And he went
Oh,
through
wow.
I think there was an article about this on Quill and Pad. It may have been Gary's article. It may have been somebody else's article, but in the article, they describe the process of 3D printing multiple prototypes of this platinum end link. So it was like this person who was like, hey, I want this custom thing, and I'm relatively hip to like 3D design software, and I'm decently competent with manufacturing and that kind of stuff. And they actually made this work. So they bought this Wellendorf bracelet that normally would not have fit the watch case, and they custom fabricated these two end links, which I believe they rapid prototyped in plastic first, and then in the end they ended up having platinum links 3D printed, which you can have done now. So and to me, I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense, right? Because I know about this technology. But I think there's a lot of people, especially on the consumer end, that don't realize that you can do that. But you absolutely can. And I think there's a lot of people in the watch collecting space who aren't really familiar with metal smithing or manufacturing, and they don't realize actually what you can do if you're interested in doing something aftermarket or custom. And what's interesting about that is they took this bracelet and they didn't have to Frankenstein the bracelet. Like they basically just removed one link from it and they preserved that existing link, and then they put a new custom link in. They didn't have to modify the case. Like there was nothing done to compromise the originality of the watch itself. But in the end, they got this perfectly contouring end link.
Yeah, again, I understand the appeal of that, but since for me one of the most ideal, in the platonic sense of the word, watches ever is the 1518 perpetual calendar chronograph in stainless steel with the matching bracelet like this. I really do appreciate stuff like that. Like Michael Jordan, as you guys know, has that early version of the Datograph with on the matching beads of rice bracelet in platinum. Yeah.
I found that. I'll drop you I was able to find that article. I just think it's fascinating to me. It's like inspiring as someone who's like the idea of, I want to imagine this watch. Like the brand doesn't sell it,
Right.
but like, what if you could make it, right? And I just think it's so cool. It's like,
This is an 1815, of course, right? Not a Datograph.
I thought if you scroll down, you'll see the Datograph. I thought he put it on a Datograph Lumen. Yeah, there's a picture of the Datograph Lumen down below. And you could also see what's really cool about this is you see the 3D print of the link in its rough state, like when it came out of the machine. So you see how unrefined it is, and like what it looks like when it comes out of the 3D printer, and how much work had to go into like actually finessing this thing and kind of manipulating it to get it to be this highly polished. Yeah, so like that, this is the world. Like that's what my screen on my computer looks like all day long when I'm working. It's like this 3D CAD
Nice.
space,
It's an interesting project. This is the prototype end link, right?
Right. Yeah. Isn't that cool? Right. And so it's plastic, right? So they
Pretty
could,
cool.
and so the tolerances with this technology, they're so good now that you can actually print it in plastic. And then when you finally do, like, so that's the laser. I think that it was probably laser sintered. I think that's usually how they do the final polishing. They took it to a jeweler in New York to get polished. Let's Let's see. Prototype in lost wax. Or actually, I wonder if they cast it.
Okay, so they did it with this too. All right.
It's pretty cool though, right? It's like to me, I look at this and I'm like, that's really, really sick. Yeah, of course they had to put the scale because it's all platinum, right? So the thing just weighs it's just this amazing weight. Because you could wear that around, no one would know. Like no one would know that that is a custom thing that allowed you to like put that bracelet on that watch. They would just think it makes perfect sense. It contours the case perfectly. It just looks like a continuation of the bracelet into the case. And you know, like I said before, it doesn't compromise the resale value either of the bracelet or the watch, because it's basically a bolt-on component, you know. So it's like you take a couple screws out, you put the original end link on there, and you're done. It's you know, it's not like they had to braze something or weld something onto the case and change it. And you know, it's almost like a really expensive way to change a strap.
And honestly, I mean, look, even, you know, I don't get agitated by what people do for their own watches to begin with. So if it were something of that sort, I've seen people like literally modifying president bracelets to fit in onto gold Rolexes, and obviously it screws up a bunch of things all at once, and does play with the resale value. But you know, if people are going to enjoy their watches, why should it bother me? Yes, you know, I do want to approach things from a conservation perspective as well, but when it comes to a Rolex watch, for example, as precious as it is in gold, you know, it's not one of a kind, that's for sure. And same thing goes here. Again, you know, the Datograph, and especially the Datograph Lumen, is a very limited production model. On the other hand, who am I to say someone who dropped all that cash, you know, into a watch can or cannot do with that watch? So, but at any rate, I'm glad they went, you know, the nerdiest way possible, and engineered something finally that fit perfectly.
I think there's an anecdote about them also receiving the bracelet in the mail, because these bracelets basically cost as much as a watch.
I can imagine.
Like of this price point, like I believe they're in like the $50,000 or $60,000 range, or more potentially. That's what I've heard for like for these type of bracelets, and which is insane to think about, right? Because it's a lot, but it's, you know, it's all 950 platinum, which is harder to work with than gold or silver or the other precious metals that jewelry is normally made out of. And you know, it's a super high-end boutique German brand, and it's, you know, limited production. And I think even just sourcing one is hard. Like I don't think you can just order one. I think they're kind of hard to find.
I don't know if Lange sells them anymore, but I think they were,
you know, when you could get it through them, I think it was at least $35,000 or something. So like a full platinum bracelet for these kinds of watches, even through the official channels, it's not a cheap thing. I wonder what Rolex would charge you, you know, for the Platona bracelet, for, you know, if you for whatever reason needed.
You had to order a whole new one.
Yeah.
You don't want to have to order a whole new platinum bracelet. That's for sure. Don't want to mess it up, I guess, to that point. Jeez.
You know me, I mean, I love wearing watches not on their braces, so I would say probably F it, you know, I'll just wear it on a leather strap, or even a nasty NATO strap.
Yeah, just put it on a camouflage NATO strap. Lange on a camo NATO strap.
Long on a NATO.
What, wasn't there some ridiculous guy who did that on Instagram?
That's his Instagram. His whole page is called Long on a NATO.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he did have some genuinely nasty
Oh
NATO
yeah,
straps as
really. I
well.
mean,
It wasn't just
he'll put like a gold Longa one on a like an American flag NATO strap.
ooh.
He's like, well, I have bad style, but at least I have a Lange.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, so does Jordan, right? You know, the GOAT has both bad style and a lovely Lange Datokaf, among many other things. I think he actually has a stake in Watchbox, and has also a serious collection of independents that includes De Bethune and many other like very desirable independents. But
Yes. Yeah. Michael Jordan has some crazy looking watches. He's got some, they look like the Ferrari of watches.
what was I? Lango and a NATO. That's what I was trying to bring up.
Do you guys want another watch question? Do you guys think you could get it,
Yes.
or do you not?
Trivia kind of watch question.
Yeah.
I mean, sure.
This one
Why not?
might be easier. It might be hard. I'm not sure, but okay.
It's
cool.
hard.
So,
It's hard. It's hard.
here, this one's a true or false, 50-50. So it's true or false. Rolex makes some models with a clear case back. True or false? Where you can
True.
see the movement.
True. Currently, false, but in the recent past, true.
What does St. Peter say? Did you want to try St. Peter? You don't have to.
Oh, St. Peter took a pee break.
Yeah. To my knowledge, I do not think that they make a clear case back currently.
Currently, no, but not too long ago, yes. Do you know the model?
I don't. You think if I was asking the question, you think I would know if they make one?
Yes, I would think you would know, but then the watch space is full of people who talk out of their backside. So
what are these princes going for now? I almost fucking snapped one of these things up, man.
Yeah, these are cool. I forgot about these.
Yep.
What is this listed for now?
Let's see.
Ooh, ouch. It's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw one.
Ooh, man.
So I saw one through the AD that I shop with. Also has a pre-owned thing that they deal with. It's not CPO. It's a different thing.
Mm-hmm.
They had one of these listed, and I looked at it multiple times on the website. It was right before I got my tank, and so I hadn't had a rectangular case watch in my catalog, but I had put in an order for the tank, but they didn't take a deposit from me at the time. So it was like me saying, hey, I want this. I want to, I basically told my sales associate that I wanted, I'm ready to move on this. I want this watch. Right. And at the time they were like, okay, let me put in the order for you and I'll get back to you. And a bunch of time went by and I didn't really hear anything. And I wasn't really too aggressive about what's going on because I didn't want to be annoying, but I didn't put in a deposit for it, which previously with some other stuff, actually both watches I'd bought from them previously, they took a deposit. So I was kind of like, oh, well, I don't know what's happening. And then the white gold Cellini popped up on their pre-owned website. And I was like,
yeah.
it was under 10. I remember it was like 9.95. And I was like, holy shit, that's a great price. And I was like, but wait, but I gotta get the tank. Can I get both at the same time? I don't really know. It definitely would have been it would have been irresponsible for me to do that. But I saw it on there at the price that was it looked like a really good price. And then I went back a couple days later and it said price on request.
Ooh, you know what? The best thing about this watch is, well, well, not the best thing, but one really nice thing about it is that not that many people have it. Like if you go with the sub, you see a lot of subs, or if you go with, the GMT, if you go with this, I mean, you're not going to see a lot of people with this on their wrist.
It's also the Bear Clooney special. It's the Bear Clooney special. He has one.
Oh, does he?
I think he still does.
Can you imagine if you
Wow.
got one
I
of
didn't know
these
that.
for 4 figures? Like that's the thing, right? Like look at all these prices that are on Chrono right now. If you got a full solid gold manual wine rectangular case Rolex with a sapphire case back in like this weird like Art Deco style design that
Yes.
like no modern Rolex looks like. Like to
Love
me,
it.
I feel like this watch is so fucking cool. It's
Yes.
so
Honest-
cool. Oh, there you go. There's one
honestly,
right there.
yeah, I mean, it looks
Ooh.
kind of stripped down and without a box and everything, so it's not necessarily in the best condition either. I'm
It's got
sure
the
you can
clasp though.
find. Yeah, if it didn't have that, that would have been quite the thing. But I think with patience and shopping around, especially considering how a lot of these dealers accept offers, they have their own websites, they have their own listings where you don't have to use the middleman. If I think they were discontinued like maybe already more than 5 years ago, but I remember even a couple of years after the discontinuation, some ADs had these new old stock and they were desperate to move it on. And that's when most people got great deals on these. And one of the things that I love about these, not only because I love like, so-called formed watches simply and rectangular watches more specifically, but the fact that the design on the dial is echoed on the decoration of the movement in each piece as well. So this one with the Art Deco numerals that kind of remind you of the Paul Newman exotic dial.
But it's an Explorer dial. This is also an Explorer dial.
Yeah, it has a lot of lovely things
man.
about it.
It's so cool.
It has that one, for example, and then the yellow gold one had the hobnail decoration, right? Like this on the dial, and it has the same decoration on the bridge plates of the movement. So it's it has a lot of nice little touches, and you see once again, Rolex is very much traditionalist, very much a stickler to what they do, to the extent that Aiden said, no, they don't do exhibition case backs. Well, they don't, but when they do, they really go all the way. They really try to make it make sense. And the Cellini Prince line is a great example of that.
I feel like these are massive sleepers, and this was
Still.
actually this series was brought to my attention. I think it was like around the crown, like it was like one of those conversations between Tim and Mike Manjos, and I was just like, oh, weird, like, huh. And then I took a second look at it, and I had known about them, and it was like, oh, I got to think about that. And I thought about it, and I was like, that is really, really unusual. And you see all this stuff that people like, all these hype pieces that are in hype lines in the brand that people geek out over, gem set stuff like the Rainbow Daytona, the platinum with the baguette dialed Daytona, just all this stuff where it's like there are just none of them, or there are a lot of them, but because of how rare they are, they command this massive premium. Like, why is it that this, which is exceptionally rare for modern Rolex from the 2000s, why is it that these are less than a fucking Steel Submariner? It blows my mind. Like, it just blows my mind.
I mean,
It's not hype.
that's why, you like you were saying, for a long time, these were easily acquirable in high 4 figures. Now they're a little more expensive, but I agree. I think they're still sleepers. There's still a lot of good value. So if it's a style you appreciate,
there's a lot that offers them. There's a lot that makes them really special. Sorry, Aiden, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, I just, when people think Rolex, they don't think about this line of watches. It's particularly this one. It's just it's not hype. It's but it's cool because I think the rectangular watches are just it kind of is dressy in its own way, right? It versus like a circle watch, and it just brings some level of kind of classic kind of class that a lot of other watches don't bring.
I'm taking off my square G-Shock, putting on my rectangular tank, as you see.
Nice. Well, it's this kind of watch is certainly not for circular logic YouTubers who are only buying timepieces. It's more, it doesn't surprise me actually, because when I sat down with Ronnie, who is probably one of the most characterful collectors in terms of what his collection expresses. He always goes after very artful, original designs. And he told me, I was wearing my Reverso that day. He told me that his first serious watch was Duoface Reverso, and that didn't surprise me one bit, because he didn't strike me as a guy who would start with a round watch, which I did, of course. So
would you guys just rather get a Reverso or spend a little bit more, quite a bit more, and get this? What would you do?
I mean, this is an easy win over a Reverso for me, and it's because like I want to eventually have a Reverso in my collection, but the one that really speaks to me the most is like the 31, right? Like whatever like the ultra thin is with like the radial baton indexes, like not the Arabic numerals on it. It was like the tribute to the 1931.
The stainless steel with the syringe hands, or the
it has, and I think it has syringe hands on it also.
Yeah, that's a limited run of 200, and it's been already snapped up, man. Whoever has it is not going to sell it, so it's going to be like $20K when you want to buy it, at least.
Dude, I wish it's such a good design. Well, there's stuff in the current catalog that kind of is a little evocative of it, like they have those 3 different color pieces. The tribute, or sorry, I forget exactly which what the names of them are, but there's the blue, the green, and the red.
It's tribute to 1931, but I want to clarify this confusion. So there is, I want to pull it up here, Reverso. For example, there's currently none on sale of the actual model that we were talking about with the syringe hands on Chrono 24, for example, because of what I said, right? They're pretty rare, and people who have snapped them up don't want to actually sell them, since they were 2 runs of 100 watches each. But there are these, which was not a limited edition, of the stainless steel with broadsword hands, that are easier to find, but basically at the same price range as the Cellini Prince.
Nice. Maybe that's something I could get into. But I think if I get into Reverso, I think I want to go precious metal.
That's also a great option, and also I think let me see. The funny thing is, the white gold version of this I have seen many times. I don't have a link today specifically that's cheaper, but I've seen them many times go for much cheaper than especially the limited edition. This is the white gold. A collected man has one now, and as you know, they sell things for
a lot. Yeah, a lot. Yeah. I don't mind just the Arabic 12 and everything else, baton, like almost like a pencil. It looks like a pencil shaped baton.
Mhm.
Like I actually don't mind that. I don't like the way that the reversos that have all Arabics and the Arabics are all vertically oriented. They're not like radially oriented. For some reason, that doesn't, just as a design, it doesn't really resonate with me. So yeah, that's the one, the double baton at 12. Man, that
Yeah.
thing's so sweet.
This is the original US limited edition for the 80th anniversary. Ultra thin stainless steel, black dial with
So
Terran chrome.
nice. I mean, when you look at that, when you look at that's, I mean, that's a railroad track, right? That's how you would refer to that? Like around the perimeter? Like, would you call that railroad track?
Chemin de fer.
Chemin de fer, yeah. So you see how fine that is, and then the way the loom fills it out really well, and like the hands are executed, and so it only says Reverso, and it only says Swiss.
Yeah.
Doesn't say anything else on the dial.
Yep.
Just beautiful, clean, and these are thin too,
Mhm.
right? So,
This is Bank Climber's own piece, by the way.
this article sold this one on me. Like when the photography in this article and the way that they talked about it, I think it was actually more the photography, but I looked at this and I was like, this is the design language of the Reverso to me that really resonates. There's other Reversos that they just don't do it for me, but this one, I want to get as close to this as I can, but in precious metal.
I think it's like less than 7.5 millimeters. So it's very thin, like you said. It has that Grantai case, so which is 27 by 46, if I'm not mistaken, off the top of my mind. It's a great watch, and you can't. I'm not sure. I mean, unless you have a very special connection inside the brand or something, I'm not sure if you can hunt down the dial. Certainly not the handsets, but I have not seen this particular dial in the precious metal versions. They have the actually, I mean, as it happens, let me see. These, I think, was it earlier today? Yeah. Today I sent 4 links to my Patreon subscribers, and they were basically the 3 variations of this watch in precious metal, and then the ultra thin in stainless steel. So it was, let me see. They have, from again the same year, 2011, they have the pink gold with white dial. And as you see, they're so minimalistic that you don't even have the small seconds. It's just a 2-hander.
Mm-hmm.
And both the color and the application of loom is so romantic and so Fotina that it almost borders on primitive, but I actually kind of like it.
And it's got the open 6 too, which is kind of nice.
Yes. Yeah, I love that. I love that you noticed that as well, St. Peter. And then
Full set. Not bad.
Yeah. And then I had sent the white gold version, which is actually from the same year. And then there's also a version that was introduced in 2014, which has the chocolate brown dial with the small seconds at 6.
And the Reverso at 6 also.
Yep.
That's cool. I actually think it's a little unbalanced. I think the text would look better below the 12 o'clock position because it's a little heavy on the bottom. But yeah, man, this thing is really nice. Like I probably would try to pair it with a strap that was closer to the dial color than that one. Like that strap's a little more red looking. Like the dial's kind of more like a cool. Actually, that color, that photograph at the top made it. Yeah, right there, it looks like it's paired.
This is amazing. The way it's presented here.
What is the leather in the background? It's on a boot.
I think so. It looks like it looks like
it's like on the fancy
maybe a detail of the polo boots that Casa Vagliano makes, possibly. And then I also had the link for the stainless steel piece, which is actually in high four figures, basically. I got my Reverso Grand Date for 6.5 full set.
Nice.
Speaking of reversos, you know the one I would love to get is the retrograde chronograph. We have been talking a lot about chronographs these days.
Well.
And on this show particularly. You know that one, St. Peter, by any chance?
Retrograde chrono, I think so. It's got both the pushers are they're on the crown side, right? It's got two pushers on the crown side. And I forget what the dial layout looks like, though.
Let me show you. So this was one of the models that they introduced in the 60th, like one of the 6 watches that they introduced with the 60th anniversary series. And it was presented in the Grand Thai case. Shit. Yeah.
This is one of my favorite reversos. Yeah, so I saw this article.
The dial side is pretty unassuming. You know, it does have that beautifully scalloped guilloche decoration in the middle. You know, it has date at 6, and it has this little mailbox flag kind of thing at 5 o'clock, which actually tells you whether the chronograph has stopped or is in operation when it says marche. The hands are beautifully heat blued, of course, so they jump right out, and you have the applied gold logo as well. This is that 6-piece, by the way. You have the minute repeater, you have the tourbillon, you have this 60th anniversary edition with the power reserve and the pointer date. You have the perpetual calendar, and you have the night and day. This is like an early design of it.
Man, that case back is so amazing.
The architecture of the movement with the chronograph seconds and the 30-minute totalizer, which snaps back to 0 when the cycle is completed, hence retrograde. Column wheel chronograph that is actually made out of 14 karat pink gold itself, kind of like a François Paul Jean vibe, for those who would be interested.
No, this has a very FP Journe vibe on the back, the aesthetic.
Yeah, and it's buy one, get one free. You know, you get 2 watches for the price of one.
It's true.
That's a good way to put
it. That's the allure of the Reverso, especially when you get the duo face.
And yeah, you get those Geneva stripes. the heat blued screws, all those beautiful rubies, the mirror polishing on the countersinks where they sit. The anglage is not too shabby. Yeah, it's a very cool piece. I don't know how much they run for these days. I haven't seen one on the market, and it really depends on the 60th anniversary pieces. Sometimes they come with the full set, and the price is a fire sale because the person, the collector who has it just wants to offload it. It doesn't mean anything to them anymore. Or it can be a naked watch and priced, to an exorbitant amount. You never know. So it's really the luck of the draw. I've seen a lot of the 60th anniversary edition go for very little, and others, that sell for much more than I thought they should. What's up, Big Meech? How are you doing, man? Welcome back.
Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell shitters on an Englishman.
What?
What are we looking at, Lord? These are garbage. These aren't Hot Steel Sports Rolex. These are garbage. It's the shit you give to the gardener.
Dang, I'd do that gardening job.
Yeah,
Why not?
exactly.
I'm going to get one of these.
Honestly, yeah, I would love to be a. Well, I have an interesting. Once we drop back to the behind the scenes, I actually have an interesting story that involves someone who has an actual mention, and except for Patek watches, apparently only likes Reversos, which was my only way in. I still failed, of course, in that conquest. I mean, my cheap ass isn't getting married into an aristocratic family anytime soon.
You gotta have money to get into Patek. But Meech, I gotta ask you. So, like, you're into livestock, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, do you have paddocks, or have you ever dealt with a paddock?
Like the paddock is like in the lock to keep the livestock in. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
Right. So this is what I think is hilarious about all these hype boys that refer to Patek as paddock. Like, I'm like, wait, isn't that where you keep? It's like a pen that you keep. It's like a pen that you keep livestock corralled in, essentially. Right.
Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, it's very rare, but yeah.
Isn't that why Future says if she ain't got an AP, she is not mine. She belongs to the streets.
Possibly.
So
speaking of belonging to the streets, there, Lord. You see your girl there, Rihanna, got number 2 on the way.
That was the baby bump, right? That was the thing. I had to Google that today. I was like, wait, is she? I was like, she's showing again.
If I honestly, props. I love ASAP Rocky as well. If I wifed up Rihanna, I would have bred her multiple times back to back.
Jesus Christ, Lord.
He's a billion.
The truth comes out.
Christ.
The truth comes out.
She's a fucking billion. Listen, ASAP, like, okay, ASAP, before he got with Riri, he was with the girl of my dreams, FKA Twigs.
I have no clue who that is, by the way.
Yeah, I was about to say, who?
Exactly.
Twigs?
Nobody knows, because you got to be,
Twix? The
you
candy?
got to be. She's less pop, less mainstream, much more acquired taste, much more avant-garde.
Why would you go for FKA Twigs when you have Zoe Kravitz?
Well, as far as I could tell, Twigs is a much better pole dancer than Kravitz is. Now, Zoe Kravitz is
respect.
But I know Meech, the advisor. I know he knows that, he has an appreciation for pole sports.
I'll be honest. I really don't follow female pop artists that much. I gotta be frank and honest with you. I know, speaking of pole dancing and the Super Bowl, I know J-Lo's performance. What was that, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago now? That was highly regarded when she was doing her halftime show while pole dancing.
Yeah, J-Lo. I mean, she's still pretty fine. What is she still with A-Rod?
No, she collected her 7th. What does this make now? 7th or 8th ring now off of him. And then
she has more rings than
dude.
Michael Jordan. She's married to Ben Affleck now. She's married to Ben Affleck.
Yeah. She's gonna tap that money well dry, and then she's gonna move on to. She's probably gonna move on to either Bill Gates or. I don't know. Actually,
she really need more money though.
You guys think A-Rod was like?
Please! It's not about the money. It's not about the money. It's about the passion when it comes to these gold diggers. Come on now.
Exactly.
The passion.
Honestly,
you think A-Rod was not hitting it? You think like that's why it's like, you know?
Can I seriously say something? I mean, I know Meech said it offhand, but I think that's actually a profound comment.
Right,
at some point, A-Rod is A-Rod is a professional athlete. Honestly, J-Lo is a professional of marriage, man. I mean, I think she just enjoys the game. She just enjoys that whole process of
don't hate the player. Don't hate the player.
Exactly. So she enjoys that process of getting someone to propose to her, getting married, and then it wears off. She has to move on to the next conquest. And it's like, men do that all the time. So
right.
More power to her.
Well, I think dream case scenario, if the cards lined up, shit, I'd still make her run and carry on do it. I mean, there's the American girl right there, I think she's still married to that hockey player who plays for the Sabres. I forget his name, but that's I think they've had 2 kids since then. But, blonde, America's sweetheart, country. I mean, what more could you ask for?
Yeah, good singer.
Yep.
A-Rod had some decent watches, by the way.
Is he a billionaire?
A-Rod? Oh, I would imagine so. I mean, the dude's had quite the career in sports.
Well, I've seen him on Shark Tank.
Arguably the biggest icon in baseball history. The only reference you can pull is from Shark Tank. Jesus Christ.
Well, what does that say about his career?
Man, who gives a shit? He's a Yankee anyway, so fuck him.
Paddock.
That is a paddock. That is a containment device for rural livestock.
Question is, how much money is that cigar? Is he smoking a cheap cigar? Probably not. Right?
Is that a Bahica or that's a?
You know what? It's probably for the photo shoot, so it probably is a cheap cigar. He probably never even took a puff off of it.
It's Don Candido, so not extremely expensive, but not too cheap either.
Nice.
$30 bill.
Maybe you can get like I want to say maybe $50 a stick or something.
Well, it wasn't too far off.
For such an expensive watch. Such a cheap cigar.
He's cheaping out. He spent all his money on the watch.
More like J-Lo tapped him, and that's all you can afford.
Wait, do you guys know though? So I don't know if you guys know this, but there is this troubled building, which it's not the tallest skyscraper in New York anymore, but at one point in time, it was the tallest residential building in New York City, 432 Park Avenue. I believe that I might be mistaken, but I think A-Rod and J-Lo at one point in time had one of the residences in this building. And don't quote me on this, but I'm very curious to look into this because there was a class action lawsuit that may still be ongoing of about $125 million because the building was basically rushed through by the contractors and the developers, and there's all these issues with it. Like when it's a super super tall skinny skyscraper that, you know, it sways when the wind blows, the building moves, and, you know, the walls have to adjust with it, but there's all this squeaking and all these mechanical issues. And let's see, A-Rod, J-Lo.
J-Lo's getting up there. She's getting up there in age, right? She's like what, like
I think she's approaching her
50-ish?
late
Timeless.
40s.
She's timeless. She's
Right.
timeless.
They sold their place at 432 Park. They sold it for $17.5 million. Curious to see what they paid for it. Because a lot of these properties, oh shit, a lot of these properties, you know, they're like these investment vehicles for people. You know, they buy. It seems like, oh man, that's such an expensive place. The building maintenance, the taxes, all that kind of stuff. But over, you know, a 10 or 20-year period, even if you buy in at like $20 million, let's say, like, you could end up getting out more money than you would, you know, in any kind of other conventional investment strategy. So, but the reason why this class action lawsuit on this building was filed was because there were all these problems with the building, and people were like, "Oh, this is fucked up. Like, I'm not going to be able to sell this." Right. So to me, it's really interesting. Like, as far as upper tier rich people problems go, like, to hear about that, like, oh, it's the tallest, skinniest skyscraper in New York City. Like, you buy into it, and next thing you know, it's like, I got to get out of this place. Like, it's fucked. Like that sounds like something that a poor person would have to deal with, like not something a rich person would have to deal with.
Well, I've heard like this was a long time ago, but there used to be called the show 1,000 Ways to Die. And it was about this, I don't know if it was a gentleman or whatever, but he was really high up in a building in New York. And actually, I think it was Chicago, excuse me. And it was during one of their windstorms, and he must have been at least 50 floors up. And when he opened up the door to his office, I think, he turned around to get something off his desk, and the window exploded and ended up killing him. Like, it basically shrapneled in his entire office. But I guess that's it is a freak accident at the time, but I guess that occasionally happens on certain buildings.
Oof, that sounds rough.
It's enough to ruin your day for sure.
Oh man, I love this one.
Yeah, something to do with the pressure on the window or something like that. And I guess the building was fairly out of date, if you will, when it comes to its maintenance. I don't know. It was a while when that show aired.
YB, was that was your personal reverso?
Yep, that's it.
Ooh.
I was just wearing a few days ago on the show. I'm wearing the Coke today. I'm wearing the Coke.
Nice.
Ooh.
You think they'll ever revive the Coke?
I hope they do.
Me too, man.
I hope they do, because I think it's a very good compromise between the all black, which is a little too conservative and in a way takes away from the function of the watch, because after all, that division is also a day and night indicator in a way, right? So when it's a single color, the watch is somehow deprived of that functionality. But I think it's a very good mix. This one, of course, you know, since it's from 97, has already faded into kind of pink, you know, on the red side, and the black is kind of a navy blue already. But it's very cool. I love this watch, man. I've always wanted, you know, a GMT Master 2 as well to go with the root beer, which is of course two-tone watch. So, you know, pretty strong statement, with which I spent a lot of my, you know, 20s with. So wanted to go to stainless steel sports, as Big Meech said.
Yes.
So you have two. You have the Coke, and then you have the root beer.
I also have Polar Explorer 2, so I have three
Rolex
GMT.
Three Rolex GMTs. God damn.
Yeah. Dang.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I gotta catch
officially
up,
though,
man.
is the Explorer 2 a real GMT in the same way it like the Coke and the root beer is?
It's a caveman's watch. It's a caveman's watch.
Can
It's made for spelunking. Spelunking.
Can you set the 24-hour hand independent of the regular
Of
hour?
course, of
So
course,
then
and it's
then
it's
it
a
is a
true.
true GMT.
It's also
Ooh, it's great.
also the like not only that, but the hour hands jumps as well. So it's like, you know, you can set the hour hand with 1 hour jumps. It's only you can't turn the bezel, obviously, which is fixed, right?
Well, who needs that third time zone anyway?
By the way, do you guys have any Rolex predictions that you guys want to share? Rolex predictions?
I predict Rolex Files Chapter 11 at the end of 2023.
Ooh, man.
Yeah, I have actually two Rolex predictions. I think there's going to be a Yachtmaster 2 in titanium, and I think there's going to be a Platinum Submariner for the 70th anniversary. Those are my
Wow.
two predictions.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, you'd think that they'd use titanium since they, you know, introduced using titanium. So why would they not make it on other models?
I would really want them to finally bring out that Sir Ben Ainsley special, you know, the titanium Yachtmaster 42. That would be actually a real killer. That's what I want, but I don't think that's what's gonna come out.
Yeah, I really want to see
Let
a
me ask you
Submariner.
though, like, if they came out with that, would you buy the updated model then? I mean, they're going to keep it at 44 mil.
No,
42
because
mils at the
no,
entry.
so Yachtmaster. The reason I'm guessing Yachtmaster 2 is because it's 44. I feel like, you know, they made a pretty, well, I mean, I'm not going to say pretty big, but pretty simple statement actually by introducing titanium with the Deep Sea Challenge, which is a gigantic piece.
Mhm.
So they are going to use titanium, I think, when it makes sense from the perspective of utility. So I would, from that perspective, I might be completely wrong. I'm purely speculating here. I feel like we might see a Skydweller in titanium before we see a Submariner in titanium, if you know what I mean. So my guess
For
is
sure.
next up it might be the Yachtmaster 2 that's getting the titanium treatment, but I would rather see a Yachtmaster 40 or 42 for.
Okay, so you are talking about the legitimate Yachtmaster 2, not the Yachtmaster 40.
No, regatta timer. Yeah, that's what I was.
Okay, so yeah, you're talking about that ugly, big ugly piece of shit.
That would make
Exactly.
sense.
The
Exactly.
platinum one is cool, or at least the white gold with the platinum bezel. Yachtmaster 2 is cool. All the other ones are a little.
Yeah. I want to see a Submariner with a white dial and a blue bezel.
Damn.
Do you guys think they'd ever do that? Do it in
No.
steel. Do it in steel.
Nah, I don't think so. I mean, I know that they've done white dial Explorers before, but have they ever done a white dial sub?
They have done a white dial Yachtmaster. That's the closest thing to a white dial sub that Rolex has done in serial production.
I think that ID Guy had some, I think, far-fetched but interesting renderings.
Oh yeah, I've seen those predictions. Yeah, they're interesting. Yeah,
They're. I mean, you know, he's been pretty close before. Like he, just as an industrial designer, like, and I actually think he's like, his concept stuff is not that far-fetched. Like I think he has like a pretty conservative take on design, and like I think he's a bit of a traditionalist. And you know, so he had proposed like an Explorer dial. Like everything he came up with had green on it for the sub. So one of them, it looked like a new Hulk type thing. The other one was like an Explorer dial sub that had green text on it. And then the other one was just like a regular no date sub that had green text on it. And that to me is not very appealing. I personally want red text. So this isn't a prediction. This is just like me being like, this is what I want. So I would go for, if you gave me a 41 with the exact same movement and everything about it, and just the Submariner said red, I would be like, I want this thing. Get me on the list. Like, even if I can't afford it, it's like, I just want it. Get me on the list. Like, I want to get it.
I mean,
Just get into break up the credit
thing-
card, right?
I feel like
Credit card, exactly.
Yeah, I really do feel like 70 is maybe not as significant, but it's supposed to come, the Platinum Submariner, at some point. It might come now because it just makes sense for whatever reason. But what I'm really expecting it to hit like is perhaps it will be also the first precious metal sub, period. Not a date window on it.
A non-date
Oh,
precious metal. Yeah, that would be
A
sick.
no date
That would
precious
be
metal.
sick.
Well, I mean the OG Submariner, not the tricked out version that's supposed to catch the attention of simple folk like me.
Right. Right, exactly.
So the no
Yeah.
date. So the entry level model. Yeah, makes sense. You know, you
Well,
gotta
it's
get
not.
something
It's
for
not
the
the
broke.
no
No,
date.
the
It's called the
original model.
Submariner. It's called the Submariner.
I know, it's just
It
the
is
entry level
a
model.
Submariner.
All right. Okay, we understand you can't necessarily stretch out to the date complication. That's okay.
Listen.
That's okay.
Listen, Meech, have you ever read the dial of a Submariner? There's one that says Submariner date, like, or it says what? It says Oyster. It does it say Oyster Perpetual date, or does it say Submariner?
Something like that. Something.
Right.
Like
So like when they like the crazy thing about the dates is like they have the huge ass
Okay.
fucking date window and the magnifier, but then it also in print on the dial says date as well. It's like they have the complication and the date, but then they also say it's on the dial as well.
I guess I've never really noticed, but I don't know.
Well, your day date says day date, so I guess that's how they cover.
Yeah, but I mean that's well technically yeah, it's like that's kind of the I don't know, that's its title, official title. Well, I suppose if you really want to get down to it, the day dates on Oyster would be official day dates, and then the one that I have would be referred to as the president officially.
Yeah, I mean, basically every single watch that has an Oyster case with a self-winding movement is by definition an Oyster Perpetual, and everything else comes after that. And it is usually spelled out on the dial. It's just been that way, that's what Rolex does. And honestly, we sometimes, again, especially, when St. Peter's here, we zoom into things and try to think of it with his help from a design perspective. But I know that, if they actually changed any of these things too radically at this point, the entire, Rolex fandom would like, go up in arms, pitchforks and all, and raid the manufacturer. So
I think
don't
a
wanna-
red.
we don't
I think a
wanna do that.
red sub is in the works at some point in time in the future.
Oh,
because-
everyone wants the red sub, and that's the problem. Rolex knows people want that. I mean, it'd be really cool. So what Rolex is gonna do instead is just shit out a full bust down sub and say, "Here you go."
I know that would be so sad, man. But all the high rollers would be, I need to get on the list for that bust down,
Yeah.
and they would
Well,
buy
I mean,
it.
it wouldn't be like, yeah, but you get what I mean. Like, it would be so fucking lazy because that's the way Rolex is. So fucking lazy in their design department. Like, oh, you know what? We're just gonna take your standard Submariner and we're just gonna put diamonds around the dial like we did with the Daytona, and then shit it out. That's the fucking shit that they would do.
I had this idea earlier where I was like, they would never do this, but imagine how cool it would be as if they did. It was a regular sub, either non-date or date, doesn't fucking matter. But where the red text is the Rolex on the dial. Like everything's white print except the Rolex is in red. Like just imagine how that would resonate with people. Like
would
people would
pop.
see that and be like, holy shit, but they made the Rolex red, man. Like they would, like people's heads would fucking explode, and it's so crazy that like we can think about this stuff and talk about it this way because it's ridiculous. Because most people wouldn't even notice something like that. Most people would look at 4 Submariners from 40 years apart from one another. They'd be like, yeah, they all kind of look like the same watch. Like that guy at the Vutalion lecture who was like, your watches all look the same to me.
Somebody did bring up a very interesting theory, and I think this one probably, or this one will technically make the most sense on paper here, and that's they're gonna fuck around with the Explorers again. So somebody mentioned that if they were ever going to do titanium, it would make sense to do it on the Explorer line, right? Because the hikers need to be as light as possible, so on and so forth. So what the general theory was is they're going to take the Explorer 2, put it into titanium, and drop the case size down to 41 mils.
Mm.
Now that's interesting. Don't get me wrong, but then they went on to further say they're going to take. Now this is where it kind of contradicts itself, in my opinion. They're going to take the girl size Explorer, bump it back up to a men's size, 41 mils, and then throw it into titanium. I'm with this almost 100%. But I think they should keep the girl size case and keep it in titanium because it makes sense that way. Small, compact, and lightweight for hikers.
Mm. Well,
I think-
yeah, to me, none of that makes any sense, and it really sounds like a fanboy's dream more than any educated guess. But I have been wrong before.
I feel like 36 might be a little large for a girl size. You know, like I bought like a 30. I bought
Kinda.
I bought a 34 mil watch, which was a Longines. So like it wasn't a Rolex, but it was definitely like an oyster case knockoff Longines for a lady friend of mine, and it absolutely is kind of like on the larger size for her. You know, like it's fine. It doesn't.
Doesn't Mrs. Expat? I mean, she won't touch anything 36 mil, will she? Or very rarely. She's got the 37 mil Yachtmaster, the 40 mil Daytona.
She has she has the OP36 in cotton candy dial, but she really wanted the Tiffany blue dial actually. So that
Ouch.
continues.
Ouch.
Yeah. Here's a
Candy-
release that
Cotton candy,
here's
blue and pink. That would be the perfect cotton candy combo.
here's a release that would, just shock the whole watch, community and industry. Just send ripples, through the whole community.
There's that.
So if Rolex came out with something that was like the Moon Swatch, but the Daytona version,
Oh my
the
god,
Swatch.
That would be so fucked. I mean, at that point in time, I would.
That
give
would be
up on-
awful.
I'd give up on living, man. I'd just become a fentanyl addict. I'm sorry.
People
guys.
would collect them. They'd have
Just
like all
like-
12 different colors.
If
and all
if
kinds of
Rolex
stuff.
is like, oh, check out our new bio ceramic, I'm just like,
Well, I made a
I'm
joke.
just like, what have I been? Oh my god, all my passion, my thought, my energy. It would just, I would really feel like I was in the Matrix at that point in time.
I made
I mean,
a joke
Omega
that if
already did
Rolex
it.
gave out free condoms with every purchase, nobody would ever fucking use them.
I mean,
Just collect them.
who even uses those things in the first time?
These are luxury.
Why would you even use one of those?
Luxury. Mint condition.
Yeah, they got the production date on box paper.
That's like
Boxing
that's
paper.
like leaving stickers. That's like leaving the bezel protector on your watch, man. That's like leaving stickers and a bezel protector on there.
Oh my god, kids! If you're listening to the show, please use birth control on both ends, and use a condom to protect yourself from STDs. Don't trust anyone in this day and age.
The Rolex condoms can get right up to 12 feet.
Big Meat just hijacked the channel, guys. He's hijacked the channel. He's
Go up.
here and he's hijacked it.
Guys, listen, guys. That when you're rocking the crown, you could go up to 50 millimeters in diameter now. So just
Oh my goodness.
Be sure to
Well,
get
I
a
mean,
pressure
you
test.
know,
have
We
pressure
we
test
already
afterwards.
we already knew Meech was a size queen, so you know, I
he's
guess
definitely a size
it's
queen.
decided now.
He's definitely a size queen. That's true. But, hey, it's like
I you know what? I need something to grab onto. You know.
right. Especially when you're getting rough and ready.
But I mean, I'm actually surprised of all the ridiculous things that Rolex gave as merch to customers in the past, from colognes to stuffed animals to ashtrays. Like, how has there not been
Yeah,
a Rolex branded condom? Like, the crown just makes sense
right.
too,
Totally.
like stay strong, King.
Yeah.
Stay safe,
Oh
King.
my gosh. Can you fucking imagine like the stockpile of like somebody has of one of those? Oh.
Bro, if
Did they go up in
if
value?
you're busting one of those out on a first date, I mean, that is a
Officially
lock.
licensed merch.
That is a lock.
It's even got like the logo printed like when you when you unfold it, it's got the logo like in the center.
Yeah. Like, do you
It
want the
says-
36
it says-
or the 41?
No, it says Rolex down the length, and if you can't roll it out enough, you don't see the entire branded logo.
Yeah, you got the crown of the tip.
Ooh.
I found
What?
something that has a great sense
This
of
is
humor
perfect.
too.
This is actually perfect. Yeah, that's
Rolex toilet rolls.
I remember.
Rolex.
Wait, how did this company get away with this?
Well, because probably Rolex doesn't want to be associated with it at all.
Luxury.
If Rolex gave away toilet paper, people would not wipe their asses. Let's be honest.
Ouch. That is weird. That photograph is bad.
Yeah, I know.
Luxury to last.
Uh,
I got a picture like that on my Instagram. Just I had to clean the shower one day, and it was like, fuck no, man, I'm not taking my Rolex for nothing. Just leaving it on when I scrub the shower. You know.
that sounds like MTS, Mike the Snake.
How is Mike? I haven't talked to that guy in a while.
Actually, I don't know. Like he's on another stream now. Like, well, I won't not permanently, but he's definitely going on to the other side. If you catch my drift.
What? Dark
Okay.
side?
The dark
Yeah, so I
side.
guess-
Come to the dark side
So
with Aiden.
so Arch's last loyal soldier starting to kind of explore his options.
Who,
Wow.
Mike? No, I just talked to Mike today. He was on the AC3 stream.
2 days ago. Was it 2 days ago? 2 days ago or a day ago, he was on someone else's stream.
Okay.
Well, I mean, Mike, from the very beginning, has always been a kind of free agent, free spirit, whatever you want to call it. He doesn't take that kind of talk very well. He doesn't really take loyalty tests. So he goes wherever he wants to go, and he used to be everywhere all the time at some point, if you guys remember. So it doesn't surprise me that
Yeah.
that behavior continues, because that's how he approaches it. I hope.
Well, I mean,
Get
he's
back
been
on his
under
bike again.
contract. He's been under contract with Arch, for what, like a year?
Yeah.
Contract must be up.
That's an interesting contract where he's the one paying to be on the show, but
Oof. Ouch.
that's an interesting approach.
Yeah. Love Mike. And he's a
Oh, I
good
love him
guy.
too. I miss him when he was a little bit more like he paid attention to the comments and he would just go off.
Oh, yeah.
I to this day, like still my favorite time when Mike was like just blurted out. I forgot it was on Archie's show, but like Archie was having a serious conversation with somebody, and Mike hadn't said anything for like 5 minutes, and now suddenly Mike wakes up, and he's like, "I'm not a simp," because somebody wrote it in the comments, and Archie's like, okay, well, moving on."
Well,
And I
hey,
mean,
sometimes you just gotta let people know, if they,
yeah, that's
makes
that's a difficult conversation, honestly, especially from a previous generation, I guess, who has certain set of manners and habits that was just the norm. It's the streets are rough these days. You can't
Right.
be can't be nice like Mike the Snake, because it's understood as something else, and you can easily be taken advantage of, whereas that's just how men used to behave at a certain point in time. And that's just not gonna fly at this point.
I mean, it is.
I like how Mike evolved, though. I like how he evolved throughout the months, if you will, maybe even the year. He came out of his shell, kind of came a little bit more confident in himself and whatnot, and he kind of now, I mean, like he knows how to kind of, for the most part now, he's still learning about it, but he knows how to kind of ease in and out of a conversation nowadays. So
I highly doubt that, but otherwise I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
But,
Speaking of history, remember when Big Meech? Remember when Big Meech got his had a soul reading? Do you guys remember that one?
It's been a couple times now, hasn't it? It's been a couple times.
Oh, you had your soul read twice now. Oh my gosh.
Two, 3 times. No, I lose track now, but I think my favorite part though, and I never noticed this until Lloyd pointed it out to me, is like the beef between Saad and Mike the Snake.
Oh, there's a beef there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know about it until like I'm pretty sure Lloyd, you pointed it out to me. It's like because when Mike would say like, "Oh, I'm gonna head off now," and Saad would be like, "No, Mike, please don't go. 5 more minutes. Mike, 10 more minutes. Mike, please don't go."
Just trying to push his buttons.
Yeah. And I guess Saad, I don't know if this is true or not, but I guess Saad actually had Mike the Snake's phone numbers, and when like Mike said he was going to do all this pottery work, if you will, Saad kept blowing up his phone, like placing in fake orders, like, "Oh, Mike, I need 10 more orders, 13 more
Ooh.
I have to admit, like I saw like when Mike started getting into doing those resin and wood vessels, like that to me was actually really inspiring. Like, seeing someone say like, "Hey, I'm gonna do this," and like they have this vision for it, and they just commit to
Well,
it.
especially since he got so much shit for it in the beginning, and then he finally started cranking them out. And it's kind of sad because he gave one to Arch, and then Arch just kind of casually tossed it over to Bondage, and now Bondage's kid has it now.
Oh fuck. Yeah, I mean, well, listen, if I ever give any of you fuckers anything, if you give that to somebody else, we are done. Like I'm putting a hit out on your ass. Like it's that.
Ooh. Brutal.
Like you don't fuck with my gifts. Like you
Mom.
either give them away and then lie to me about how you continue to love them, or just be expected to be paid a visit by
There's an interesting question itself.
an unkind group of aggressive women,
Oh, that sounds nice.
What a way to go out, actually. Now I'm tempted.
Right, I know.
Yes, how can we arrange this?
That's how I'll do it. So if it's like I realize like, hey, if I'm gonna whack a guy, let's do it in a way where it's like they think they're having a good time, and then
for everyone.
they think they're having a good time, and actually maybe they will have a good time, but then in the end, what's done is done. And
Truth comes out.
And that's
you can
Has
read
anyone ever like given a gift
that's-
away though that like then like you were asked about it like down the line if you still had it?
Yeah, I actually did this with a very good friend of mine recently. So
What the fuck, you hypocrite!
no, check
testing.
this out. No, check this out. You just said something, and I completely heard it in the reverse. So I gave a gift to someone years ago, and I just bumped into them recently, and I was like, "Hey, do you have that thing that I gave you years ago?" And they were like, "Yeah, I still have it." I was like, "Can you send me a picture?" And sure enough, they sent me a picture of it, and I was like, "That's amazing! Like, that's so great!" Like, I was so happy to still see the thing. Now, it's possible the picture they sent me was from like 10 years ago when I originally gave them the thing.
Well, I think you can easily check the timestamp, kind of reverse engineer it, if you know what I mean.
Maybe.
But I mean, like if you have that sort of trust issues, I would say leave it.
Yeah,
on
but the-
No. It wasn't about trusting whether or not they kept the gift. It was that it was a handmade, similar to Mike's thing. It was a wood object, a fabricated wood object that I gave them. And I didn't even think about it. Like, we randomly bumped into each other. We hung out, went out to the bar. We were drinking. We were talking, having a good old time, thinking about the old days. And the next day I remembered, I was like, oh, fuck, like years ago, I gave that person a gift for their birthday. And for me, it was actually like a prototype piece, but it was really nice. And I made it. And then I actually ended up selling a couple after I made that one because people wanted it. They were like, "Oh, that's really nice. I want one of those." And I sold a couple of them, and I gave some to my family members and stuff, and but I was always worried about the longevity of the object, like, how long would this thing last for? Because when you make a product, especially if you're charging people money for it, you have to wonder, they're going to compare it to another object that maybe lasts longer. Like, this is one of the reasons why we all love Rode, right? because they it's like, yes, they're expensive, but they're at this price point where they keep going. They just keep going. So you always have to imagine, when you're entering a marketplace and saying, I'm either providing this product or this service, right? You have to be that one. You have to be that person who's like, my shit fucking works. It lasts. Like, when you buy my product, you're getting a good value. You might be paying a little bit more than the cheapest option, but 10, 20, 30 years, whatever the case may be, it is still there. In my opinion, that is a good business. If you're the company who's like, oh, well, yeah, our phone costs $1,400 and you only get a 1-year warranty because that's the industry standard, to me, that's not impressive, right? There's nothing about that that's impressive.
Or you can always buy the extended care package.
Well, I
Right.
mean, that is the industry standard, says a lot about that industry.
Exactly.
Like the practices that they use for the production of those devices, the way they source, as you guys know, the minerals that power those batteries. I mean, it's a whole scandal.
I know. I mean, I want to go
long,
back.
long
I
before.
want to go back to the days of, the tin can with the string, connected to it.
Look, I mean, I have these moments sometimes that, where we do armchair philosophy, as you know, especially St. Peter and I have mastered this form. But there's a moment in Sigmund Freud's Civilization and its Discontents when he talks about modern telecommunications. And he says, I mean, basically, if I were to sum it up very quickly, all of this telephone thing is quite fine and dandy. You can call people who are far away from you, but they wouldn't have been that far away from you in the first place if it weren't for other technological developments that basically unfolded in conjunction with modern telecommunications. So, being a Luddite, if we rolled back the tape a little bit, I wouldn't be so devastated, honestly. If we strip down some of the more recent advancements in telecommunications, I wouldn't be devastated. Yes, we would lose something like this, but I'm sure we would have something to gain from it as well. The human being is adaptable. We are plastic. Rousseau called it perfectibility. We can always shoot for the next thing. We'll survive.
It's true. I mean, definitely surviving. That's how I would describe it.
So yeah, I mean, I do appreciate the exaggerated way of putting it. Let's go back to the tin cans with strings. But yeah, progress is not always for the better, man. I'm sorry to be a nihilist to
No.
some extent, but
Listen,
it's not always better.
at some point in time, you have to, I think, take a step back and say, is this actually better than it used to be? How was it before, and what are the advantages right now? I mean, to me, I've always been a massive champion and advocate for what the internet, like the pioneers of the internet, the frontiersmen of the internet, the people who thought that it's going to be this free channel of knowledge exchange. It's going to be a truly free thing, right? Where it's going to allow us as a society to advance and move on and share information and do all this kind of stuff. I do really believe in that. I think that it has a lot of potential for that. And I think, like, I personally have gained a lot from the technology, in the sense that, like, most of my watch education has come from YouTube. Now, of course, there's a lot of lowbrow. I mean, it's hard for me to say it's not camaraderie, because, like, I think in the social media space, it's easy to find that. You find this kind of camaraderie, and sometimes it could be competitive, and sometimes it could be primitive in a way. But I mean, just think about all the different facts about the technology that we've been talking about tonight, like all these different little intricate aspects of this hobby and how it's evolved. And I mean, we're talking about, like, design, like art, like mechanical things. There's like a market aspect to it. There's consumer trends. There's all this stuff that it doesn't matter what watch space you enter, that all of this is always part of the conversation. It's like what the trends are, what the style trends are, what the price trends are, what the market trends are, what the brands are about to launch, how the brands are launching based off of all the aforementioned things that I've just stated, and how that affects their ability to sell their product to the next batch of buyers. And like, we as the consumers in this space, like, or the collectors in the space, or the hobbyists in the space, we're all more well informed of those products because of the tool that is the internet. So I find it's like, I get how there's the black holes that you get sucked in, and there's all that kind of stuff, but to me it seems like what a valuable tool.
I mean, look, no one can deny outright the value of the internet for having, in the first place, establishing this platform, YouTube, which allows us, a space to talk. I have had this channel for a year now, and I have benefited enormously from it. And I'm not talking about the financial aspect at all, because I think I poured more money into it than I gained. That's for sure. But that being said, I think, you do still share the optimism of those pioneers, it seems, where knowledge is an absolute good, whereas I think there's a lot of half-baked information and half-truths that circulate, especially in the watch community. And a little bit of knowledge is actually, in my perspective, much worse than ignorance. There are a lot of very hard-headed people with very strong opinions who actually don't know much about watches at all. And I'm not only talking about the people who scream, on other live streams. I mean, it's
guys talking about me.
No, it's pretty common. It's pretty common. So, yeah, I think I would always judge it by case basis. It's not something good or bad. It just is, and we learn to live with it. Internet is not good. Internet is not bad, because it's not a
right.
It's not a human being.
It's true. It kind of is what it is. I mean, I guess my advocacy for it in its freest form is, like, in a way where it is, like, it is accessible to everybody, like, in a kind of equal way. Like, we make it be this tool where it's, there's always an option for you to have some access to it. Maybe maybe you don't have unlimited access to it if you're from a limited means, but you know, there's some way for you to be able to just reach out there and like send an email, you know, if you're trying to inquire about a job opportunity or an educational opportunity or something like that. And you know, I imagine like a world without it where it was like referrals and, you know, I mean, like nowadays, man, like you could fucking work for a company on the other side of the planet. I mean, could we do that? Could you do that 60 years
Yes
ago?
and no.
That's true. That's true. You could do it if you got your foot in the door with an institution that, you know, onboarded you and they were global in nature. Yes, you could do it. But I mean, now the opportunity for you to be able to collaborate with and work for and be employed by people on the other side of the planet is way more feasible than it was 50, 60 years ago. I think that's undeniable.
What do you think about this, St. Peter?
Well, I like the fact that it's before they cheaped out on the crystal and they still have that.
Right.
It's like half square, half round case. I really like these watches, man. Like
these early versions of the Sympathy, as St. Peter is saying, actually have both the crystal and the dial cut in that unique shape of the watch, which again is neither a square nor entirely round, and somehow altogether all too perfect. It's a very unique design. It also has that officer style case, right, where you have these kind of screws going through the lugs.
My favorite variations of this case shape are the perpetual calendars, where they have those wild, they're like retrograde. They have like multiple no, not that style. I mean, I like that. Is that a perpetual or an annual?
It's perpetual. Cancien perpetuel.
Nice, yeah. Maybe I don't know. I might be mistaken on what they are, but they have like retrograde indicators on them, and the dials, like it's got like this very elaborate radial kind of pattern with all these hands that point out.
I know what you mean. I think I have one on my pad here. Let's see. So I'm not sure if it was. No, that was the. That was the wrong
you know, it's a shame that Roger Dubuis doesn't have this case in the contemporary lineup, and they're not making like a new high performance version of this shape watch.
It's a different brand now. I mean, in many ways. So you know, I don't judge them for that. It's just what it is. I love the fact that we still have these kinds of watches around, if only to admire them. You know, they're already quite expensive. You mean this, right?
Right. That's it. Yeah, it's got like the. It's just so wild. So you could see even here. So there's like the circle that they fitted inside the dial, but it still has the crystal shape to the case. And then eventually they started kind of cheaping out and just putting a round crystal on there. And then that really, really exaggerated minute track on the outside, that all went away. And that just became like solid metal case. And even those watches, I think, are still kind of cool looking. But when you compare them to what these are, they're, you know, you could see that it seems like they skipped a step.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, this is such a unique watch. You can see why it somehow falls through the cracks. On the other hand, you know, it's, at least in the time only versions,
it's not as great of a deal as the Easy Diver, because that's just an absolute unit, a whole monster on the wrist. But it's still, you know, what I was showing there. Where did I put that? The S34. Yeah, under 30 already, and you can probably get a good deal about it. And it's like, you know, it has a certificate from the observatory in Besançon, which is one of the most prestigious. It has the Geneva seal on the caliber. It has that unique case shape with the matching dial and crystal. It's a pretty, you know, unique, pretty interesting watch. Pink gold. This is the 34 millimeter version, so I guess that's why it's cheap.
Right. Because it's square, it probably actually wears more like a 36.
Probably.
Or it's slightly square. Also, those lugs do stick out quite a bit. So I think people, they see the 34 number and they're probably discouraged. But I think if you try that on, if you could wear a 36, I think this would probably look fine.
The perpetual calendar, I think, was 37. Yeah, but I mean, it's also $55,000. So,
yikes.
Yeah, I keep going back to those Easy Divers. I think I will have to get myself one eventually. You like those watches at all, St. Peter?
I don't know. I mean, to be honest, like the idea of whatever, like for me, the idea of the next thing, it's like it's hard to imagine what it will be.
I see a couple new people, not new people, but a couple people in the chat. Hey, Magpie, and hey, Gerard Lee.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thanks. Love my pre-ceramic Seamaster from 2010. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm similarly inclined in the Rolex universe, so you won't be surprised to see that I like the 25 31 80 00, the first Bond Seamaster professional with the self-winding caliber. That's still my favorite Seamaster of all time. I mean, I don't have any strong feelings against the dressier versions of the Seamaster from days of yore, so to speak, before it was reinvented in the 90s as a dive watch. Not that it didn't exist as a dive watch before. Someone will burn me at the stake again. You know, I don't want Omega fans to come after me. That's my nightmare, actually. But nevertheless, you know, that between the mil spec Omega Seamasters and the Bond Seamaster, there's a whole swath of very interesting and a lot of times very appealing dress watches that are branded Seamaster. But when it comes to the diver Seamasters, unless you can dip into that mil spec genre with the big triangle and everything, the first Bond, you know, the so-called GoldenEye Pierce Brosnan Seamaster has to be my favorite. And yeah, Magpie is great. Thank you for dropping by. I hope you at least hit the like button on your way out. Don't be shy, guys. That really does help. Yeah, again, I'm just intrigued by the idea of this monstrosity having the hallmark of Geneva on the movement and on the case. You know, it's fascinating. 300 meters, real sports watch. Has the general outlines of that sympathy case, of course, in the form where it now has the round crystal and round dial. In this case, it makes sense, you know, because of the dive watch, sports watch genre. I love the dial design, you know, that looks like cobblestone or manhole, whatever you want to call it. I also love the loom on this thing.
Yeah, it's very unique to see that dial color with blue hands on there.
Right.
What is that intermediate lug? How do they refer to that?
I call it a three-pronged lug. I don't know what.
Three-pronged.
I don't know if there is a special way to refer to it, honestly.
I know Langenheine I know that does that often.
Yes. Yeah, there Friedrich der Zweite has that, right? Friedrich the Second, or what was it?
Right, and I think they do that on. I mean, Cartier does that on the asymmetric, right?
That's right. The symmetrical tank has a similar design as well. Let's bring those up. Yeah, and I love how the rubber band sits flush, you know, and basically bolted through those lugs.
What do you think, Meech? Do you think it's garbage, or do you like it, Meech, or what do you think? You know, he's got a date, so we got to be careful. You know, he could walk into any store and be like, "Garbage, garbage. Where's my champagne? Can I let me ask my butler."
I gotta be totally honest with you, totally frank and honest with you. I quite like it. Yes, I gotta admit, I gotta admit, I quite like it. It's funky as fuck, you know. Not every watch has to be Rolex, you know. Not every man needs to own a Steel Sports Rolex.
What?
I saw a lot of day dates at the Super Bowl. Saw day dates. I saw Floyd Mayweather with the fucking Jacob & Co. billionaire watch, which I see that watch all over social media, and I've seen
You
it.
want to know what's funny though is even like Floyd can't read, right? So I mean, I would pay $100 just for him to try and read the time on that watch.
I doubt he sets the time on it. But it's.
I bet you he doesn't even know what the fucking I bet you he doesn't even know what the brand is.
It's a tourbillon. I think it's just a two-hander tourbillon, and I don't know if it's like a stop seconds tourbillon. I know sometimes like the tourbillons you can set, you know, with the 1 second precision, but I think it's just a two-hander watch. He might be able to set the time on that. But like
I don't know. But do you think he can read? Do you think he can even read the brand name?
Oh, come on.
I think he knows it's a Jacob. He knows it's a Jacob.
Only the super rich have Jacob & Co. You know what I mean? Only the super rich.
Riri was wearing a Jacob, right? Like that was the,
yeah.
Who?
Rihanna.
Oh yeah. Hey, we were gonna look at those watches. Let's
pull
wait,
it
let
up.
me pull the
No one wants to look at this Langenheine garbage.
Laura, did you ever see that diss video that 50 Cent did to Floyd? Like you made the this was like when everyone was doing the ALS challenge. You remember that?
Man. Yeah, it wasn't.
Was that the ice
wasn't fair. Wasn't fair.
Ooh, look at that. Look at that.
That was funny as shit.
This is also on my list of like I really, really want to have one of these in my collection one day. Not this particular reference.
I love it.
I like the one with the Roman numerals, the one that Ronnie has that you were showing before. But man,
I wouldn't trust it. I wouldn't trust the movement in it.
Oh, come on, man. It's not you know Warhol, he slapped on his tank. He didn't even set the time. He's like, he said, what was the quote? This is a famous Andy Warhol quote. He said, I don't wear the watch to tell the time. I wear the tank because it's the watch to wear.
Yep,
Right.
that's exactly it. It's
Yeah.
like, I don't, what does it? He says like, I don't set the time on this watch. I don't even wind it.
Right.
I just wear it because it's the watch to wear.
Yeah, that's it.
This watch is like,
And-
it just like at the factory, it messed up and then it just came out sideways, and they're like, you know what, let's just go with it and see what people think.
Yeah, we
See,
sunk so much money into this project already. We're in deep.
see me as like someone who's like, I actually draw shit, and like I fuck up drawings and I draw things incorrectly, and then I have to erase them and I have to change them and I have to slowly, like, I'll try to draw a rectangle and it'll come out as a rhomboid or a parallelogram or a trapezoid or whatever the case may be, and then it's like,
Wait, how do you miss the mark that bad though on trying to draw? Like, how do you go that far off the track?
do you want to have a drawing contest, Meech?
I think
Would
this.
you
Well,
like?
I can't
would
draw
you
for
like-
shit, but for someone who does it professionally, though, I'm just kind of curious.
I think
Well-
this particular piece, by the way, sorry to interrupt the conversation, is the CPCP version. So it might be.
without Paris on the dial.
Not sure. Let me see. Yeah, I think it's Box and Papers. No, released in 2020. So it's the private collection.
No,
That
this is a
came after.
contemporary Privé collection.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, that's nice. So they brought back that center. What? Sorry, what do you call it before the center?
I
lug?
said three pronged, but
Three
I
prong lug.
like a fork,
Yeah, sure. Yeah. An old fork. Now they have four or five prongs.
Oh, right, that's true. But I mean, I'm as Meech knows, I'm a little older than that, so I've kind of I'm in that devilish age where we still had the 3-piece. There's the history of that is pretty interesting too. I'm not gonna bore the viewers since we are moving on to the Super Bowl watches, but there's a reason why the devil appears with the fork. All right, so here's Batgirl Riri. She looks beautiful.
She does have a very interesting look.
Looks like
What?
nah.
Why are so many haters here, man?
I've seen better.
Dude, you guys are most of the dialogue at the Super Bowl party I went to was about the fashion of her backup dancers. It wasn't even about her outfit. It was about the
Yeah.
dancers.
Somebody said like when all like the backup dancers that come out in their jumpsuits, onto the field. Somebody said that was ASAP Rocky sperm.
Could be.
Oh, that's harsh, but very good.
Yeah,
Very
could be.
good, actually.
That was the first watch I called out watching the Super Bowl. I sat down. They cut to this guy's wrist, and he was just fucking wearing the bracelet loose, right? So the watch is flopping all over the place. And I was like, with everybody at the party, I was like, that's a $400,000 $59.90 R. But people are like, what the hell are you talking about?
Like, what's wrong with you?
And then I thought it was Piaget, right? Like, because I feel like there's some Piaget watches that look like that, and I couldn't get a close enough look at it, and I had guessed, like, I was like, oh man, like maybe it's Piaget, but it's actually, I feel like now looking at this photograph, pretty large diameter for Piaget, right?
Yeah, that's true. But I could have never guessed unless there was the watch media, like, outlets like Hodinkee for Rihanna's watch. I wouldn't have known, but you're right. I mean, you can say kind of maybe case shape and gem setting. You might think of pieces like Piaget produces, but they're also masters of ultra thin, discrete, and subtle might be the wrong word, but still pretty sleek pieces that have perhaps very ostentatious gem setting. You could, I wouldn't wrong you for saying Chopard maybe, but I would never have guessed Jacob & Co. But then again, you know, it's Jacob and Co has always been popular with rap and R&B musicians. So apparently that's what is the model even called?
It's cool. It's like a red sapphire, like front and back.
Time only Jacob and Co. Brilliant skeleton Northern Lights with a matching red strap.
Or wait a second. So the hands are white. So it must be case back is front is clear sapphire. Case back is red sapphire.
I don't know the case back. We will have to pull up the brilliant skeleton.
It is pretty amazing how elevated Jacob just as a brand has gotten. When you look at his history as emerging from this 47th Street jeweler to now he's selling this type of shit that like the performer at the Super Bowl is wearing. It's like it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, also pretty sad since it's very tasteless, but you know.
I don't know. I wonder about that because I think it's just it's a taste for a different sector of the populace, right? You know, not everybody
A
is
fairly small sector. I mean, come on, look at all this. It's
Mhm.
fucking garbage. It's garbage.
No, but not everybody is so refined in their knowledge and understanding of this stuff. Like that ruby one that you saw, that was just that full red ruby disc. Like I could see that resonating with someone, especially someone who, in their own mind, they thought like, oh, rubies are like that's this special precious gemstone. I mean, these watches they cost like, I mean, these things are like some of these. With the full gem set ones, they're like hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I know.
See, these are for people who they're just like, oh, I'm going to get it to match my, Ferrari or something like that. Oh, it matches. Great. I'm going to get this one.
Well, like those with the sapphire discs, like, sorry, they were like a couple rows up. Oh, is it in this line?
You look dumb as shit.
Damn, it's crazy how much stuff he has in the catalog.
Yeah, you know what they say about a restaurant that has a book for a menu, right?
Right, exactly. It's like the Greek diner, that you go to. Sorry, no hate specifically to the Greeks, but sometimes you go in those diners and the book is like 50 fucking pages thick.
And I mean, I think the joke there is most people who actually cherish those spaces probably have one or two things that they constantly order from that menu. They don't even peruse the actual thing.
Cup of coffee. I mean, I go for like, I'll get pancakes.
Yeah,
eggs over easy, French fries.
Maybe their burger with fries, whatever it is.
Turkey club. All right, so these, I have to admit, these donut ones with the sapphire discs in them. I know, guys. It's like we look at so many fucking watches. Like, just imagine if you're someone who's like normally doesn't look at watches, and like is not looking at all the different types of, I mean, the one all the way on the right, that looks just like a Gronfeld knockoff, because of the index layouts and the case shape and stuff. But like, these ones with the
doesn't look too bad, honestly. I have to be honest. I don't like the bracelet look, but this particular one, it's not too bad.
Oof, look at that logo.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah. Take the logo out, like a sterile dial, as the oldies used to call it. And knock a zero out of the price. I might actually consider this.
Well, how much was that? I bet you they don't have the price for those gem set ones.
Let's see. Like this, for example.
Yeah, let's see if they have the price on those. I'm just curious.
God. Rappers jewelry.
Oh, they do 84,000.
That's actually quite reasonable when you
Right.
think
It's not
about
bad.
the brand, where it's coming from, anyways.
But so is this quartz?
No, it's yes, it is
That is
quartz
quartz.
Oh,
ETA.
gross!
Really good.
Oh,
Terrible.
fuck me
Just got
dead.
worse.
Oh, that's fucking
No, I
disgusting.
could tell just by looking at the case back. I took a look at the case back and I was like, I immediately knew it was quartz.
Went from
Jesus
bad to
fuck.
worse to terrible.
Right, but I mean, do you guys really want to have to wind your watch? I mean, come on. You know, it's like, do you want to have to wear it every day? You want to put it in your boudoir, and then when it's time to wear it, it's the correct time. And then maybe once every couple of years, you have to change the battery, and or maybe you don't even care. You put it on
How
because it's
fucking
jewelry.
embarrassing is that? You gotta fucking walk into your local Macy's or some shit and be like, yeah, can you swap out the battery
No,
on my
you take it back
84,000
to
bust down
Jacob.
watch?
You take it back to
Fuck me
Jacob when
dead.
you're picking.
It probably just uses a standard AAA or something like that. Fuck me dead.
Yes, that's exactly what
Actually,
that K shape looks like. You've got a AAA battery in there.
it's really funny to me because to me the quartz operation, the quartz movement is the last thing that would make me diss that watch again. I think even as a piece of jewelry at that price point, it's just there's so much out there, man. It just seems, again, we're talking about celebrities. It's about product placement.
Right.
She has just chosen something. Well, her stylist has chosen something for her that would go with the outfit, essentially, and she may or may not have had either herself or through ASAP Rocky. I know the New York rap scene especially is very much connected since Biggie with Jacob and Co. So maybe they wanted to do something nice for him.
Right. They may have given it to her. But I will just say this because
or vice versa, right? Rihanna may have thought like, hey, Jacob and she could very well identify with Jacob and Co. because she's an entrepreneur. Jacob and Co. is an entrepreneur. She is basically fighting a battle with the Sephora's and Victoria's Secrets of this world.
with her own brand, her own.
So she may have thought that this is a good show of solidarity as well. But at the end of the day, it is product placement at its best.
I'll just say this with regards to the dollar number, and with celebrity and with all that kind of stuff. Like I now that you've explained that, I'm kind of like, all right, that makes sense. Like this is like they're all working together. Maybe she got comped some jewelry, some custom pieces that weren't Jacob's watch. They were pieces she specified. Like, I want this ring, I want this grill, I want this whatever. And Jacob's like, no problem, but just if you ever play Super Bowl, you're gonna wear my watch. And she was like, absolutely, we're gonna fucking do this shit. That's the first part that was the response to your most recent comment. The second part was with regards to the dollar figures. So I made this point, I brought up the fact that so I was like in a horrible falsetto singing along to Rihanna's songs during the halftime show.
Amazing.
And I was doing it in a way where like, wait, aren't all of you guys going to sing along with me? And everyone who I was with, every time I would sing along to one of their songs, I cracked them up because it was people they were in their 50s. So, they've heard her songs before, but it's not like they're listening to them and they're not plugged in the scene. And they just got so much entertainment out of the fact that like I knew the songs and I was singing along to them. And I clearly am so different than she is that it fascinated them that I knew all the songs.
You were part of the halftime show in your
right. They were like, oh, you should be out there. Like we could imagine seeing you on the stage with them right now. And I was like, no, it's not what this is about. I was like, come on, you guys don't know these songs. And they're like, yeah, we've heard them before, but I mentioned the watch, like I mentioned the stage design, the outfits, the whole thing, and then of course it's hard not to talk about the fact that she is a billionaire, right? And then, going back to that number, so the number that we place on these objects, and as we critique them and we think about it, we say, God, that's so much. I would never spend that much, Well, when you are a billionaire, just to put it in real terms, like it's like if you're making $15 an hour, right? Which is more than what a lot of Americans make. You would have to work for 32,000 years to make $1 billion. And like that's the thing that like a lot of people they can't wrap their head around that, because it sounds absurd when you say it. But like when you actually crunch the numbers, it's a very simple calculus you could do on your phone or your Casio calculator or on your desktop. You would actually have to work for 32,000 years at $15 an hour to be a billionaire. And so then when you divide, like, well, okay, well, how many years?
With all due respect, where are we going with this, please?
No. The point is, like, that amount for that watch, like when you're at that level, like it doesn't even matter how much it costs. Like it's just an object. Like the money has nothing to do with it. Like it doesn't matter if it's 80 or 100 or 200,000. It's just like I like it because it's this shape or whatever, or it looks this way, fine, and I just think that's an important thing to keep in perspective with some of these exorbitantly priced luxury objects.
I object, sir. I do object. I would say, look at Warren Buffett. The man has a Grand Slam at McDonald's every morning. The man is humble. The worth fucking millions, trillions, if you will. All right, I'm not following the logic here.
My whole point is that we can get very hung up on, well, if I had that money, or I would never spend $80,000 on that. But if you are worth $1 billion or more, or even 500 million or tens of millions or whatever the case may be, you can literally do whatever you want. Like it's just like it just doesn't matter. Like you could spend $80,000 on a fucking diamond encrusted quartz watch, and it just doesn't matter.
That point is well taken, but the thing is, I would not even wear the watch for free. That's the thing with anything on Jacob and Co's line. I would have a hard time wearing for free. For again, money, no object,
right? But I mean, look at a guy like.
You don't see Bill Gates wearing this garbage. You don't see Warren Buffett wearing
look at a guy like. I'm sorry. I'm only going to mention the name once, and I promise I won't bring it up again. But like, look at producer Michael, right? It's like this guy, like for whatever reason, a lot of eyes on him. Somehow he has a lot of money. I don't know how, but like I don't like.
You know how. You know how, dude. Producer Michael. Everybody knows how.
but it's like
a lot of the super wealthy don't even care though. They're just like, oh, whatever. Like I don't want to wear an expensive watch. I'm already, worth $1 billion. So it doesn't. It's like why?
Well, so I think Jay. With Jay-Z, it's definitely different, right? Because he wore the Grandmaster chime to the Grammys.
Well, he's a watch guy. He's a legitimate watch guy.
He is a legit watch guy. But back in the day, he was wearing that gaudy and horrible 4 time zone or 5 time zone, whatever it was, Jacob and Co watch. That was quartz, and it had 4 batteries in it. It was like, so you see that like the path, like back then. Imagine being someone who was a Patek collector back then, and all of a sudden there's this kid from Marcy Projects who is literally a crack dealer who is gaining in popularity in the rap music scene and is literally rapping about, I'm a crack dealer from Marcy Projects. And, but Biggie, like the whole thing. Can you imagine like people who are actual at that point in time, Patek collectors, whatever they are, they're looking at that and saying, you are nothing because I know what is. And I would never do what you're doing, and I would never. It's like that whole elitist attitude and like just having a closed-minded opinion to this stuff. To me, it's like it's fair.
I don't understand where we are going with this, honestly, because
Patek wares have changed, but the snobbery and I'm better than you attitude has not changed. You think Jay-Z is an humble person? When was the last time you talked to him?
No, I'm not talking about humility. What I'm saying is at one point in time he was wearing a quartz watch. And for him the cool thing was the fact that it was when that watch was cool, okay, there were definitely people who were into much higher quality timepieces that actually had mechanical movements. Like there was a whole culture of that there. But to him at that point in time, I want the 4 time zones. It's the Jacob watch with the crazy colors on the dial, whatever. That like I'm sorry if the point is not coming across, but I guess what I'm saying is that you can stick to your guns and believe in a style and a taste at a certain point in time, even if other people don't. And it doesn't necessarily matter it, because if you could cultivate your own brand or cultivate your own taste and allow it to evolve in the future, that's what really matters.
Let me translate that. St. Peter is he's trying to say that he's about to do a freestyle rap. All right, go, St. Peter.
No, that's not the case. Listen, with
St. Peter, I've been touched by this entire argument here. I remember that when I put on my wood grain watch.
Wood grain Rolex. When is it going to happen again?
I feel like I just sat through like one of Al Professor's lectures and I've gained nothing
here. I mean, I don't have the timeline right, so you can educate me on this, St. Peter. But as far as I know, again, this might not be to everyone's taste. I'm kind of hot and cold on it myself, but I think Jay-Z has been wearing AP Royal Oak offshores at least since 2000. So it's not like he has only worn, Jacob & Co. and that kind of, blinged out watches for quite some time and just ended up discovering Patek. I mean, he has been wearing quite decent watches for quite some time. Was the Jacob & Co. before this or after this?
No, I wouldn't deny that. What I'm saying is there is a photograph, right? It's been circulating around recently of Jay-Z, really early Jay-Z from like way back in the day. Sorry, I'm not, to be honest with you, like the Jay-Z timeline to me I'm not really that fascinated by it, but like I just see this stuff in the zeitgeist and I say, oh, okay, people are talking about this right now for whatever reason. And like Malika, I think it was like Malika, I forget what her last name is, or I don't even know if I'm pronouncing her first name correctly, but like she wrote that article for Hodinkee about that 4 time zone Jacob quartz watch. And there's like a photograph, like the article on Hodinkee had like Biggie in the store with Jacob, like the 47th Street store.
Mm-hmm.
And it had like a photograph of like Jay wearing the watch, and it was like really early, like a long time ago. It's like, I get that people like hate on this brand, but like it's similar to the way that there's all this amazing heritage with Rolex. There's kind of like a heritage with Jacob. I'm sorry, guys. Like, okay, I'm sorry. It's like
now you have to stop. I mean, this must be a joke. You are really playing a prank.
He's trolling us. He's trolling us.
Satire.
I believed it for a second.
I'm not gonna try to be like, wear a backwards cap and try to pretend I'm the cool guy here, but I do actually listen to a lot of rap music, and it is, when you pronounce names like Biggie, Jay-Z, these are very important people to the history of music, period, and not to that particular genre. That being said, just because the two of them used to visit the store and wore some of their watches Biggie in a very unfortunate short life, you cannot tell me that Jacob Koh has a legacy in the same way Rolex has legacy. Please stop this.
Ooh.
Sorry,
It's not even a fair.
that was a bad.
And I actually respect Biggie and Jay-Z, you know, a
Right.
lot.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
trying to say that Jacob's just like Rolex. But what I am trying to say is that there is this history with this one particular jeweler who has risen to prominence, who continues to sell these very elaborate, expensive, oftentimes gem set pieces, whether or not they're timepieces, whether or not they're quartz or they're Pharrell's skateboard necklace that Drake bought at auction. Like, you know, to me, listen, all I'm saying is I observe this stuff happening. Okay, I see it happening, and I'm not going to turn a blind eye to it because it's outside of my taste or what I am fascinated by. I'm observing it. I think there's some relevancy there. I don't think we have to dwell on it for too much longer. I apologize if for some reason, you know, we've already put too much hot air into it as is, but that is just something that I see. So it never ceases to amaze me when the brand keeps popping up, especially because Rihanna was there and Floyd was there. And I just want to go back to that fucking billionaire watch, because this is the thing that blows my mind with the numbers game is like this watch, every time it pops up on social media, there's a new retail number associated with the cost of this diamond encrusted watch. And I have seen it fluctuate from $3 million to $18 million.
Yeah. So I have a question for young Brando. So if you became a billionaire overnight, what would be the first watch that you would buy?
I think I would be too busy spending that first chunk of the money on coke and whores to worry about watches. So let me know after I wake up from the coma, and then we'll talk about watches.
Do you think you could buy like a small like coca plantation in Colombia for 18? Like if you had like $1 billion, like do you think you could like buy? Like,
honestly, I very seriously, if I win the lottery, I go to Puerto Rico, buy myself a nice estate, and go from there. That's my first move. For, you know, I put together my watch box, maybe a single suitcase, go hunt for a nice house in Puerto Rico, and we go from there.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, great climate, great people, tax haven.
Tax haven. There you go.
It was like, I got deep. That was like philosophical there for a minute.
Fuck taxes.
So
the truth comes out.
Yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, seriously, I mean, that's not a bad thought exercise. Money were no object. What's the first watch you would get, Big Meech?
Oh, well, I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat as you, Lord, more or less. I mean, if I got money here, I'd definitely sit on it and just.
No, I learned from the best, Meech. I'm nothing compared to you, so please tell us.
No, actually, what I was gonna say is, like I said, it seems harsh to say, but some of the neighbors here are getting pretty old, so I'd wait for them to kick the bucket and I'd swoop in on their land. So somebody's got to get it. But no, for being serious here, what watch would I get if money were no object?
8 probably.
You already got the watch.
No, like I have to actually. So this, I don't know. I'm still going to use reality here. So I'd have to get something that would fit my wrist, but it would have to be. I forget what it is, but I think they were a very limited production, and I believe it only comes like on a Velcro strap. But it's an RM. It's Richard Mille. I cannot remember the reference. I think it's 1800 or something like that. but it's a very small. It's a really small Richard Mille, but it's basically designed for smaller wrists. And yeah, get the top tier part of horology in the RM. That's right, guys. You can shit on the Patek guys, the Lange guys. I mean, they can't do anything. You can't be touched. You can't be touched wearing an RM.
Richard Mille.
Yikes.
I don't even know. I really
I don't know
very
either.
little about
I
Richard Mille
probably would go
watches,
for the
so-
Smiley. I'd go for the Smiley one. Yeah, I'd probably rock that.
The official mascot of Walmart, or what it used to be, the official. Hey, speaking of mascots, actually, I seen Disney stepping away from the rat, from the mouse, if you will. They're replacing him with a dragon.
Seriously?
Huh?
What?
Yeah, no, so Disney is losing the copyrights to Mickey
What?
Mouse,
Dude,
and they are
there
moving
was the
forward.
Disney commercial in the Super Bowl. Mickey was all over that shit.
And they're gonna move forward with this for the new mascot. It's gonna be like this dragon or something like that. They mentioned what the name was, but I totally forgot. But yeah, they're gonna be moving forward with the new mascot.
You're not gonna troll me, Meech. I know what you're up to.
No, I'm
No, I
serious.
mean,
it was just legitimate in the news.
Mickey was all over the Disney commercial on the Super Bowl.
I don't know about this theory, but the copyright issue is right. Winnie the Pooh just got its copyright expired, so lots of different brands. In fact, Rowing Blazers came out with a whole collection of Winnie the Pooh stuff. So Mickey Mouse copyright is probably expiring. Whether that I don't know who holds Winnie the Pooh's copyrights, but they still hold on to a certain version of the likeness, so they continue going that way. But everyone else can use the naked figure, basically. So if something like the same applies to Mickey Mouse and Disney, they might come up with something and go with that. They might put all their eggs in some other basket, like Big Meech is implying. That doesn't sound so unreasonable to me, to be honest.
I know. They named it. It's like a big purple dragon. I can't remember what the name of the guy is, but yeah, he's gonna be the new mascot. I just seen this, like, I don't know, like yesterday or maybe earlier today, but I just seen it. I thought, that's interesting.
Sounds like you're describing Barney, big purple dragon.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, I remember when RM released these candy watches like a couple years ago. It was like 4 or 5 years ago, or more than that now. It's hard to keep track, but this one was kind of evocative of that.
Homelander, I don't know who you are.
I'm pretty sure it's Pyro. It's good to see him here.
Yeah, if you're banned, it's probably because you deserved it. So let's see how long this one lasts.
I believe in you, Homelander.
Pyro. I love
you.
Pyro.
Second chances, man. Second chances.
So what about you, St. Peter? What would you go for if
Dude,
money were one watch? I'll say mine too.
Only one?
Yeah. Or the first one
really
you
hard.
would go for.
This is really hard. Because it's got to cover a lot of the bases. Honestly, it might be a platinum. It might be platinum and baguette Daytona, even though that's not even on my list of, like, if I could only have one and wear it, because I feel like it's a white metal, it's low key, it's water resistant, it's got gem setting, it's got the weight and the mass, it's got the heritage of.
You're rich. You don't need to be low key.
Brother, not to piss on your parade, but Daytona, even in white metal of any kind, is not low key, but everything else.
It's not. I know, but it's like it's low key, and people aren't looking, man. People don't fucking look at watches,
The Daytona, the spotters who would try to rob you would be able to tell.
I guess. All right, if I need to go.
Just get another one. You're rich, man. It doesn't matter.
It's definitely more low key than anything yellow or rose gold. That's for sure.
Good way to put it.
That's for sure.
I like it.
But
It's a great choice.
This is if it's just like, okay, I got to just grab a piece and that's it. This is not like I'm going to build my collection, right? Which, like, I've told Lord about this before. I'm like, hey, I have this like Grail collection, you know, and the other Daytona that I have on it is it's a full white gold with a white gold metal bezel and the Meteorite Panda dial. So that's like that's still on my, if I only had to have a 7-piece collection, that's still on there. But that's assuming that I can't just buy one piece. So like this question is like, oh, you can only buy one piece. Like, what are you going to get? So I go to the Daytona for that reason. But I guess another one would probably be Patek. Damn, it's a really hard one because I actually like Patek a lot, or sorry, I like Rolex a lot more than Patek. Yeah, so like this one, because it's the Panda, but it's got a meteorite on it.
Space Panda.
It's the Space Panda, but not with the ceramic bezel, and it's got the full metal bracelet. So like this to me is just a very, it's contemporary in that they haven't been doing a full meteorite dial for a long time, but it's just, this is very evocative of an older era of Daytona that like a ceramic Daytona just doesn't really do, you know. So that's kind of why I go to this one. But actually, you know what? Now, okay, so that question, dude, it's so fucking hard.
I love how you were asked for one watch, but are already amassing a collection. I like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing maybe the Evo, the MB&F Evo Perpetual, right?
Nice.
Yeah. Now that I had more time to actually think about it, that's it. That's the one.
You know what I like though? He just spent like 30 minutes rambling on pointless as a delusional fantasist about Jacob & Co. And he has all the money in the world and he wouldn't touch one with a 10-foot pole.
Bro, I tried to dig myself out of that fucking hole so many times to say I'm not trying to advocate for Jacob & Co. here. I'm just trying to talk about its significance in this particular subculture. But I get it. I realize sometimes you got to die on that fucking hill, man, and I'm dead and it's over. This watch, on the other hand, though, in this fantasy, lottery scenario, I think makes a lot of sense because it's got the exotic case. It's like a zirconium case. It's not a full 100 meters, but it's 80. It's swimmable. They market it as being swimmable. It's got the Stephen McDonnell perpetual calendar movement, which is the one that is very difficult for the user to break. So it's very easy to set. It's got the beautiful flying balance wheel on the dial, that kind of heartbeat that's like evocative of, Breguet, the Breguet pocket watches and some of the traditional Breguet watches. And it's Max Spitzer as well, who's worked for some of the best watch brands. JLC, we were talking about them before. And if it was a one and done, I think I would be pretty content with this one. And I think
great choice.
I think taking a look at the custom bracelet, Wellendorf bracelet that we looked at before, and how, this watch comes on a rubber strap, but I think I could probably design and figure out a way, especially if I got $1 billion, to make a really sick bracelet to go along with this.
The Tourbillon. But
this is not a Tourbillon.
I know. Why? I was going to say, would anyone go with a Tourbillon? That's the thing. Why not a like if you're a billionaire, like that seems like the step that you would go with the Tourbillon.
Well, I mean, they're actually quite interesting Tourbillon watches that don't necessarily break the bank. I was showing the Easy Diver earlier. There's a Tourbillon version of that's extremely underrated and is also, high tens now. So it's not too bad.
Doesn't JLC technically, from a retail standpoint, make the cheapest tourbillon?
You can get a pretty historically significant tourbillon by JLC again at around
70,000,
35
right?
on the secondary market. I probably on on the list price is probably much more than that, but I was talking about the 1993 60th anniversary
Oh,
version.
okay.
Yeah.
No, I just thought I heard someone say like if we're talking BC time, I mean AD times, excuse me, not around Lord's era. But if we're talking like modern stuff here, I thought someone said like the JLC Master Ultra Thin Tourbillon was technically by the retail cheapest one you can purchase right now, unless Omega makes one cheaper, which I don't think they do.
So wait, can we do a recap? So what of these lottery ticket one pick pieces, what do we have on the list now?
So you offered first a Platinum Daytona with the baguette dial. You said maybe a Space Panda, which is the white gold bracelet.
But then ultimately, once I came to my senses, I went with the MB&F Evo Perpetual.
Yeah. Legacy Machine Perpetual Evo is what you went with finally.
Yes, exactly. Which is like, that's also interesting when you realize like, oh, I fucked up. Like if you had that pressure and you had to make a split-second decision.
Homelander, if you're butthurt about it, you don't have to come back, so you can just leave and don't let the door hit you on your ass. I know exactly what happened, but I'm not gonna rehearse it. I was just gonna give you a way out. But if you are gonna be confrontational like that, I don't care about you, so you can just leave. Because I know exactly why I banned you, and I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna delve into that shit. If you haven't gotten over it, feel free to not stay. What about you, Aiden? What would be that one watch you would get?
The one watch. I think that I think I would be interested in a tourbillon, but I honestly don't know which one. But another one watch that if I could only choose one right now, I would choose a brand that people would just stone me for. They're like, why would you get this? No, why would you get that? That's terrible. That's so stupid. You're going to lose, all your money on it. It's dumb. That's just a bet. But when you're rich, it doesn't matter. So I would go with this one. It's SBGD 207. SBGD 207. You guys probably know what brand it is.
Yeah. It's kind of cool, actually.
Whoa. Jesus fucking Christ.
I get diamonds on the dial?
Because people hate Grand Seiko and they're like, oh, it's so stupid. And I'd be like, you know what? Check out how much money I've got and I don't care. Look at it. Yes, it's
is that mother of pearl on the center also?
What's the centerpiece made out of? It looks like the closest thing to an actual sea, like to the actual ocean that I've ever seen on a watch dial. That's pretty cool, actually. What's the stone that they use?
I believe it's some type of like emerald or something. I'm not really sure. But I think there's only around there's very few pieces. There might only be like 20-ish pieces.
Yeah, it's a mother of pearl. The color. It's a colored mother of pearl. So it's possible they put like a lacquer on top of it, or maybe they patinated it somehow. But that's why I immediately was like, oh, it looks like mother of pearl, because they're like, it's hard to simulate what the mother of pearl kind of like the opalescence or the the chatoyancy or whatever that quality is that that mother of pearl has, is actually, it's pretty hard to simulate that.
Yeah, and it's just steel. It's just steel, even though it's expensive. Just steel.
But it has baguette cut, diamond, and emerald minute indexes, and then
Green
also
green
round.
garnet.
Oh, sorry,
Actually,
garnet.
apparently.
Yeah.
I was just reading the description, not that I would, call immediately. It's apparently a platinum case, though. That's what it says here.
Oh,
Nice.
Yeah.
10 seconds a month. Precision.
Yeah, it's the spring
Spring
drive.
Sick.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty good looking
Yeah,
watch.
wow. That's a nice pick.
Yeah, not what I would go for by any means, but it is a pretty good one.
it's just the first. It'd just be the
Right.
first. You want to get more. You're rich, right?
Sorry, YB, did you say before? I don't recall what your pick was.
No, I did not say before, actually, because I was saying that I would basically flee the country and
Yeah, you went to
and
Puerto Rico.
establish my life on a
I know, but you have to pick
on a tax haven.
before you flee to Puerto Rico. You got to take a watch with you. So that's
Well, I
hard.
mean, I can get watches in Puerto Rico, but I was gonna say this one. Let's see.
What could it be?
Oh,
Ooh.
with the octagonal case also.
Yeah. It's also it literally is the size of a hockey puck, but I don't care. If you have $1 billion, you can wear a watch that's not made for your wrist.
Fike it. Just fike it.
But so my understanding is with this
Nice.
particular watch, you could specify if you want a round or an octagonal case, right?
You can, and I do prefer the octagonal case. You also get the number and then your name, initials, whatever, FU if you want on the thing. It has a fusée and chain
And a tourbillon.
Mechanism, yes, and a tourbillon.
Wow.
Fuck. There's your tourbillon, Aiden. One of us went for it.
And it also has these.
I love the regulator. Or sorry, it's not a regulator. Is it a regulator dial?
No, it's not, because I mean, technically, I know the aesthetic is reminiscent, but technically, regulator dials, and in olden times, regulator clocks focused on the minute hand, because that was the ideal of precision when they were first invented, and when they were actually the centerpiece of many clock workshop and watch manufacturer. So technically it's not a regulator dial, but yes, this is centrally deployed seconds hand. And then you have the main dial, which is pretty minuscule, actually, all things considered, except the watch is a really big watch, so it is pretty legible at 12 o'clock. You have the power reserve. You get a nice glimpse of the gear train here, but it's actually the portholes on the sides that give you a pretty cool look in there as well.
Yeah, I feel like if you put this watch, like the alligator straps in general, I think are a little fancy looking, but if you put this on a more subdued strap, it's the kind of watch you could wear around and no one would even know what the hell it is, because they'd just be like, oh, it's like a big weird looking watch.
People would probably think it's a Panerai, which I'm fine with as well. It's I know they're not very popular either. I kind of like them, not in a way where I would invest too much in them or build the whole collection. I think I want to say that could have been also simply a concern with importation and the whole process. But when they came to demonstrate these watches at the Chopard boutique in South Coast Plaza, I think this watch had like some sort of very
subdued, like you said, suede kind of strap, or maybe nubuck. I don't remember exactly. But yeah, the alligator strap would go in my case at any rate immediately. But yeah, this is just a cool.
Lord, how big is this case, technically?
I think, let me see.
Is it-
44. It's not
It's a good size.
So you
seemingly,
could probably round up, right, to like a 46 mil then?
yeah, seemingly it looks bigger. It looks bigger than 44, and trust me, it wears bigger than what you would expect from
Did you try that
44
on?
purely. Yeah.
And
But it was so
you'd
big.
wear it around?
It was so big that I didn't even do my usual wrist roll stuff. But again, we are talking about pretty unusual scenario to begin with.
All right, Meech. What did you say before, or I can't remember?
Yeah, so like Richard Mille only makes like a handful of watches that are not only small but really thin too for small, like for the Asian and Japanese market. I don't know the reference number for them. I know this particular model comes in red and has a red Velcro strap that goes with it. But that would be the one I want. I mean, like I said, Richard Mille all the way.
It's a ceramic case, or the NTPT or whatever the composite.
I would assume so. I don't know much about it. I do have it saved on my Instagram roll somewheres, but
It is. It's on
I
your
mean,
Instagram.
No. It's not on my Instagram. I have it saved in my personal files. I'll have to one of these days. I'll have to find it again and send it to you. But it's basically designed, or more maybe not designed, but more for the Asian market, for smaller people with smaller.
So you're going RM, huh?
Oh, for sure.
So if anyone wants to see young Brendo get that watch, all you guys have to do is just either super chat or PayPal him $1 billion, and I'm pretty sure he'll get that watch.
Right.
I'm pretty sure there are both limits.
If
pretty
YB
meager limits.
got $1 billion, listen, I feel like we should all make this oath to each other right now that if any of us get $1 billion, we will all buy each other the watches that we have previously said we would buy. Because if I get $1 billion,
I'm going to mysteriously disappear from the community.
Meech, I just promised I would buy you a fucking red RM if I got $1 billion. You're not on board with this?
It would be my pleasure. Honestly, it would be my pleasure.
Man.
That's the least I can do. I know if something like that happens, I would do all sorts of stupid shit. Compared
donate
to
all
that,
your money to charity?
No, compared to that, I would.
Fraction. It's a fraction of 1,000th of $1 billion. It's like literally nothing.
That's what I mean. I can do all sorts of stupid shit. Getting a couple of friends, a few friends specifically, some watches would be the least I can do. I'm sure I would try to do some honorable things too, but probably a lot of drugs, alcohol, and women would be involved as well. It is what it is.
I would be that cheap motherfucker who just hands out Seikos to everyone.
Yeah. Just sends you those Timexes. Thanks, Meech. I'm glad you were a billionaire.
That's the least I could do. I'd love to give back to the community.
Yeah. Ouch. Come on, Meech.
Yeah, they won with another watch actually, but I was gonna show the Grand Seiko that won the chronometry prize, the Kodo Constant Force Tourbillon.
Yes. Apparently, it's very complicated compared to others, right?
Yeah, it's an amazing piece.
I knew someone who actually, I think he didn't see this one. What one did he see? I don't remember. He saw one crazy GS.
and it has parts that are in platinum, parts that are in titanium. Just a very striking case as well. Again, I don't usually like skeletonized and open work dials, but
Yeah.
when it's this kind of like pure monstrosity, I kind of enjoy it as well, because it's kind of like the Breguet tradition, right? Where you have a certain design spirit to the watch that's beyond simply putting a few cutouts on a dial, and I feel this watch has something similar to it, so it makes sense.
I can't remember if one of my buddies actually saw this in person or not. I think he did, but I don't remember.
It's possible. They were also selling one of these. I mean, I couldn't try. Like, I feel like they were so nice at Philips. They never made me feel like I was overstaying my welcome. But I think after the 40th watch, I had them bring out, it had to stop somewhere. But they had one on auction in that December New York, for the Codo Constant Force Tourbillon.
I think
and
that's where
I wanted to ask for it, but also I wanted to ask for another dozen, and it was I didn't want to be too much.
I think that's where he saw it, but honestly, I don't remember. I'd have to ask.
St. Peter, possible last for the lottery.
Forgot a T, but it's okay. I'll get it.
Almost $1 billion.
Almost $1 billion.
Wow. Very generous. Thank you again.
I still don't even know. Did I miss the whole lottery, or have you done all the watches already? All the Seikos?
No. I've done one so far. So
there
the
you
orange
go.
one,
like, dude, I have a fucking good chance, man. Like, but I hope that someone beats me out on this shit. But there you go.
Yeah.
And if they get me on the green, one, I'm gonna go for where there's the black dial. The orange is gone.
Right? Orange is gone. The lime green is the flavor of the month.
That's
basically.
That's the next one. And
then the next one, I don't know. The third one might be the black or might be the blue. We'll decide.
Fuck.
We'll decide. Well, maybe after, on the stream where I do the drawing with the Google random number generator, I can also put on a poll, and we can decide what the last, what the next one is going to be, and therefore what the last one is going to be as well.
Nice.
Yeah. I think the green's the coolest one. They're all pretty good, but I mean, the green's just I don't know. It's just kind of fun. It's not what you normally see.
I think they, again, not to really pump up my friends too much at this point. With Eric, I'm yet to meet in person, but I think we struck a nice chord online. With Jack, I do consider him my friend. I think they're all great. And they all have something that speaks for them. Like the orange one, for example, is iconic Seiko, right? I know the new Seiko 5 series doesn't have the 200-meter depth rating, so in contemporary terms, they are not really diver watches. But orange dial Seiko watches are a thing. It's a whole genre with the Monster and all the other classics. And it's not a coincidence that this watch itself was designed after 6106 Seiko vintage dive watch that Jack actually has in his collection. The lime green, like you said, Aiden, you don't see that kind of dial color, even though green was hype. This kind of green, you don't really see much of anywhere else.
Yeah.
The blue is
was my pick of the litter. I got myself an extra one of that, and that's what I wear. And I like it because, again, it's a nice shade of blue. It's certainly not to be confused with Tiffany. It's not the usual navy, sunburst, etc. It's more of a lacquer kind of dial, anyways, in all of these. And the black one, actually, even though it's supposedly the most unassuming one, has these cool index
I love that,
markers.
man. I kind of want the black one. You know, it's like, listen, if I get the lucky draw for the green, I'll go for it. But I missed my chance on the orange. I'm happy to see that it went to a supporter from the community. The blue is, I very rarely wear that shade of blue, although I could use that as an accent color. But the black, like, I could absolutely rock that with like a lot of my outfits.
Hmm.
So, you know, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Hopefully someone else gets in the last super
Yeah.
chat of the evening and they fucking
Yeah.
knock me out. And then
Knock him out of it.
after the
Knock
green,
him out of it, guys. Come on.
after the
Somebody super
green
chat.
goes,
Just
after the
to-
green goes, then I'll go for the flags. The
Just to
sailing.
clarify it, guys. I know it's in the ticker, but sometimes people just listen. On every live stream, the first and last super chats get a number to be entered into the raffle, which is a giveaway for the Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers wristwatch. And this month's watch is the lime green one.
Yes.
Shamba, I understand your point. I know rowing is a sport that is usually associated with the rich, and it does have an air of pretentiousness about it. Jack has a genuine rowing background, so he was inspired by the kinds of attire that he saw at Henley specifically. So he delved into this, being an academic himself, delved into the history of the whole thing and made a whole book out of it. And the brand grew out of that. As it is, they actually, the charity they do is quite diverse, but they do specifically contribute a lot of money to make rowing the more accessible sport in New York specifically. So whether you buy into that, whether you think corporate social responsibility is a thing or not, I'm not going to get into that whole discussion. But my opinion is very slanted, of course, right? I like Jack. Jack is my friend, so I'm going to defend him, not in an unreasonable way, but in a way where it makes sense in my head. And I understand, yes, there's that discordant tone, between seeing Seiko and, of all things, Seiko 5, which is, basically Seiko's 5 principles of producing an entry level, almost universally accessible wristwatch with the word rowing. If you have that kind of association in your mind, I can't hold that against you, because that is the reputation of the sport. Yeah.
What size are these watches?
They are 39.
All right, perfect.
Nice.
It's a perfect size watch. Plus, it's got the crown at the 4 o'clock position.
Yeah, classic. Classic Seiko diver vibes from that reason too, because it's again very practical, of course, as well, since
Comfortable.
Right, because the crown doesn't dig into your wrist when you articulate it. Especially
Very
if you're
comfortable.
rowing, you're going to be, the position of your wrist be changing. So,
Even if you're not rowing, right?
well, I mean, for me, it's like, in general, I could get away with having a large diameter crown, with at the 3 o'clock position. But, it does start to become problematic when you're bending your hand.
No, Shamba, you are cool. I mean, I'm not even trying to be argumentative. I just wanted to, give another perspective. Um, you don't have to like me or Jack for argument's sake, but I think these are pretty cool looking watches. And I also like the fact that they went with NATO straps that don't immediately make sense, right? That don't immediately match. But the lime green one I love as a combination because it's the nightmare before Christmas. I mean, it's it's just such a freaky combination that I adore it. Um, again, sorry, go ahead, man.
I was just gonna say, Meech, which one's your favorite color out of these 4 for his giveaway? I really like the lime green one.
Fuck me dead, mate. Just throw this whole fucking lot in the garbage. Do the world a fucking service.
Seiko hater. I like Seiko. I love Seiko. I'm a
I love
Seiko fanboy
Seiko.
though, so what can I say?
Me too.
Come on, Meech. You could wear one of these on the farm.
Nah, no way. No, absolutely not. I wouldn't go out in public wearing one of these fucking things.
Wait, how many
He's
people?
Butler.
When you go to work, how many people do you see?
Well, I mean, it really depends, but on average, maybe about 2 people per day.
Wow, and that's what you need a solid gold Prezi for?
Well, I mean, hey, when it's slow days, I usually just wear the Yachtmaster, but
Like if it's just one person, I gotta wear the Yachtmaster. If there's 2 people, Prezi, solid gold.
Let me guess. Your butler and then a stripper that you hired.
no, actually, for like formal events, yeah, no, like quote unquote formal events, I'll break out the date. But usually on a casual whim, it's either rotating between the Batgirl, the Yachtmaster, or the Bluesy. But I mean, fuck, mate. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, if the vet comes out and sees I'm wearing a Seiko, he's gonna ask for the money up front. He won't bill me. He's gonna realize this. He's gonna say this guy's broke as shit. He's wearing a Seiko.
Yeah. It's true. I have had to deal with that recently. If you're not wearing a gold Rolex, people just
They
it's
see you with
true.
the gold.
It's true,
if they see you
guys.
with the gold
Listen, it's
watch.
hard. It's hard out here, guys.
If someone sees you with a gold watch, you think they'd probably charge you more. They're like, oh, this guy has money. Let's add a little bit more to the bill here.
That's the problem. If you come off, if this is what I've run into, people are like, you must be faking, and then they're like, now you have to really prove to me that you're rich, and then you get fucked, right? So it's like, if you try too hard, then maybe people know you're faking. But if you don't try hard enough, then they really think you're faking. So, there's no way around it. Basically, you just got to be really rich.
Yeah.
I
love
used
Seiko,
to
guys.
work
I
with
love
the guy
Seiko.
who actually had that mentality. So like we went out to lunch, right? And there was like 3 other guys. And then he orders stuff. Everyone orders their shit, and then I pay for my shit. Then he immediately jumps in and says, "Oh, he's paying for all of our stuff." I'm like, "That, like what?" He's like, "Oh, you're rich. You can pay for it." And I said, "How do you think people stay rich, huh?" I said, "By being cheap as fuck." I said, "Go pay for your own shit. Or wash the dishes." Fuck them.
That was Aussie expats logic, by the way, because they just got an au pair for the 2 babies, and he was picking her up from the airport with his G-Shock, so she doesn't think they're loaded, or she doesn't know they're loaded, I should say.
I mean, listen, man, it is definitely that way. If you give out enough information to someone, but then you're like, oh, but like I'm really looking for a good deal, but like you give them enough information that they know you could probably afford something better than a good deal. And this is my problem because like the way I dress, the way I present myself, Like I'll go to a neighborhood and be like, man, I really need a good deal in this neighborhood. And people are like, bro, you are fucked. Like you are not getting a good deal. We know you could afford more than that. And it's like, hey, I just want to tell them, I'm like, hey, give me a break. Well, you give me a hard time because I know how to dress. Like, come on, you know. But like, that's how it is. Like you sometimes you gotta dress it down. Like you gotta actually like, you gotta kind of look, a little rough around the edges,
You got it.
I got called out in church once. Actually, this was like a couple Sundays
Beach goes
ago.
to church.
Church is a place of humility and love.
Once
and
in a great
respect.
while. Once in a great while. I do it for just PR.
Trying to get forgiven for his sins.
Exactly. You got to write
That
us
was
checks to buy my way in.
non-God-fearing person that called you out.
You know, they don't make those. They don't make the pews very accommodating for my tail. And the aisles are pretty narrow.
Your coattails.
My hooves kind of knock up against the other pews. But anyways, beside the point. So the donation basket goes around. Little old church ladies, poking the baskets at everyone, and my buddy happened to be in town, and every now and then, I mean, his grandma's a huge church advocate, so I'll kind of pop in with them, and catch up. Anyways, so he's sitting next to me, and they come to us right in our row, and they got the little church basket, poking him, they're poking his grandma, and then they get to me and they start poking me in the shoulder, and so I dig in and I pull out $1 and I toss it in there, and they're about to move on, and my buddy says, "Really? You're wearing a $15,000 Rolex, and all you can toss in is a measly dollar?" And they immediately stop, and they come right back, and they look at me like, "God damn it! Why the fuck did you say anything?" So I dug in my wallet again and pulled out like another $4 more.
Mitch, you can't wear a gold watch into church, man. Like, what are you kidding?
Is it considered? Is it considered to be? I mean, is it ethically?
I mean,
or maybe
for starters,
wrong?
just the fact that they let you set foot into such a hallowed space is already, But listen, I mean,
if it's any consolation, I'm sweating. I'm sweating by the end of the service. I mean, everyone else is bundled up in coats, but I'm sweating at the end of the service.
Because they know that you need to confess, man. It's like
I seen him coming a mile away.
Was this a Catholic? Was this a Catholic denomination, or was this like?
Oh no! The Catholics would never accept me. I mean, they would, but for the right price. And I'm too cheap. So, so this is a Lutheran church here, so morals are pretty loose here, actually.
I think they're bigger on forgiveness in general. Like the Catholics, like they believe.
We used to give like back in the day, I went to a school that was public, and then the other school was Catholics, and we always used to give them shit. We always used to make the signs because we would be crosstown rivalries for football. We used to make these big ass signs and say like, "We don't need to pay to talk to God," But Catholics are, I don't know. The Catholic logic is this, as long as you repent at the last minute, you'll make your way into heaven. It's controversial.
Oh, the last rites. Yeah, that's the last rites argument, but that's not really the case. That doesn't work, actually.
I told somebody else, I'm gonna take a knee. At the last minute, I'm just gonna keep sending my way through life, and then the last minute, I'm just gonna take a knee and
the Catholic's perspective is that that's what we think the Protestants think, where it's like, oh, they don't actually have to ask for forgiveness. And then eventually it's like, oh, you'll be fine if you just like ask for it maybe once, or you don't even need to ask for it. You're just basically, because you're a true believer, like if you actually believe that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, then like you don't actually have to ask for forgiveness. And that's like this whole extra level of Catholicism where like you have to actively be confessing your sins and asking for forgiveness to them. And
then pay your $20 as you leave out the door.
No, you have to give much more than that. I mean, if you,
I'm sure,
if you actually really believe, and you're like this true, like you really believe, like it's like you have to give all of yourself to it. Like that's it.
Well, I've seen this is kind of off the rails now, but I've seen like so this guy was the preacher brought this guy back into his office and he said, "Hey man, what's going on?" And he's like, "Well, he's like, I just feel like times are tough. I don't feel like donating $20." And I have no idea where this church was, where what kind of. I would assume it's Catholic. I don't know. But anyways, he's like, no. You made it. You made a promise to the church. We want our $20. They're basically shaking him down for $20. He's like, no. He's like, I'm not doing it. He's like, he's like, nah, we're getting our $20, whether you like it or not. Now open up your wallet. I'm like, Jesus Christ. No pun intended, but it's the worst shakedown than the fucking mob.
That was something you experienced firsthand?
No, I was just watching a video from it because the guy posted it. I mean, I think he ended up leaving. I mean, why wouldn't you?
On the real news internet?
Yeah, exposing churches and whatnot. It's like one of those Peter Popoff churches. You gotta, the preacher's got to be able to afford the monthly payments on the Cadillac.
But by the way, you remember St. Peter, one of the last time, I think 2 times before when you came in, we were talking about what AP does these days to make the Tuscan dial, right? Whether they even use those techniques with the pneumatically operated device. Mm-hmm. And SJX apparently wrote about it. And by the way, SJX watches remains one of my, I know it's one of the more low-key ones, but that's one of my favorites.
They do the deep dives from a technical aspect.
So this is a piece that was written by SJX and Juan Matthew Lopez. I don't know him, but it's a good piece. So this is what it says about the Tuscan dial specifically. The grained dial is a departure from the Petite Tapisserie, synonymous with the Royal Oak, but the stamped dial is historical, with roots in the Tuscan dials found on some Royal Oak models in 1980s and 1990s. While the origin of the nickname is lost to time, that's where they fail a little bit. The origin of the name is the Florentine technique of giving the precious metal that frosted finish, but we'll take that as read. The Tuscan dial was reputedly the result of hand hammering. Introduced sometime in the early 1980s, the Tuscan dial made its debut in AP's round classic perpetual calendar, like the reference 25657, but it's now best known for being found in the Royal Oak perpetual calendars like the Ref 25820. The dial was also found in the Old Platinum Jumbo Royal Oak reference 14802, the Jubilee edition made for the 30th anniversary of the model. They actually want to say 20th, but again, we'll take that as read. We all make mistakes, small mistakes. Now AP has replicated the Tuscan dial with modern techniques. The dial of the new Jumbo is stamped to create a finer and brighter grain, according to AP. You remember the earlier conversation on this stream, St. Peter, when I was saying progress and innovation is not always for the better? Right. It's now finer and brighter, they say. And then
in their opinion,
of course, and they're entitled to it, and they're entitled to put a premium on it as well. So finer and brighter grain because of the stamping, and then they treat it with PVD to give it a rich blue shade, one that is darker than vintage Tuscan dials. The result is a granular surface in deep blue that sparkles at certain angles. So there we go. The mystery resolved, even though St. Peter had already said that he had seen videos of this newer process on AP's YouTube channel before. But I'm glad Watches by SKX actually had an article about this a little more than a week ago,
where they went into that sort of deep dive that they're famous for. Again, small mistakes here and there, but their information about the process itself is extremely valuable. So thanks for clarifying that, SJX.
Yeah, I wonder about that. The actual like needle scale, the process that Carolina does. That because that like collaboration, like the frosted texture, like on those gold, like the gold case pieces. I've always wondered like how much of that is actually hand applied and done by machine.
Yeah, I mean, look, on YouTube at least, all we see is, her process of applying that stuff on small pieces of her jewelry. So, yeah, I would love to actually, why not shoot for it? I will send her a message on Instagram, and maybe we can have Carolina Bucci for an interview on her long-lasting collaborations with AP, of which the most recent version was, of course, this beautiful black ceramic piece.
Ooh, super chat.
Ooh, there's a last-minute super chat. Super chat. Shamba Basher bested poor St. Peter.
I know.
Ooh.
It is what it is. Anyway, I want the black dial. He could have the green monster.
Wait, I want to make sure which one this is. I think it's 77,350, something like that.
Oh, that reminds me. Laura, do you remember that? Remember my friend that I was telling you, the one that got kicked out of AP? I mean, not AP, Paddock?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in conclusion, she got bored of, I don't know, maybe playing the game, if you will. So instead, she bought, like, I don't know, like, I would venture to guess about $20,000 to $25,000 worth of bags from Louis Vuitton and Hermes.
Great choice, actually. Look, I mean, I love when people get into the watch game, even if they haven't been involved in it before. I love the way people start even collecting, after getting that first piece, because it's never enough. All that being said, not everyone has to wear a watch. Not everyone likes wearing a mechanical wristwatch. There were, of course, so many pieces that she could have gotten without playing the game. But that being said, I'm glad she went for that, man. I mean, honestly, still for most women, and especially, I'm not going to get into details, but the way you described her lifestyle, it seems like if she is looking for that sort of prestige object, which was her intention of unloading all that money that she made on a luxury wristwatch, she's probably better off with a Birkin or a Kelly or whatever else, so
yeah, I'd agree. Not everyone's cut out to be Patek and Rolex material.
Hey, danke sehr, Herr Frech. Ganz erfreut. All right, guys, thank you so much. I'm so happy that I had an entire panel today with Aiden leading the charge and St. Peter and Meech joining later too. It was a great conversation. We had a whole segment on Jacob & Co. So save that for posterity. You can always use it against me.
But more importantly, we have talked quite a bit about our favorite Langes, our favorite Reversos, the watch, that one watch we would get if we actually hit the lottery. And I want to thank also for the first super chat of the day, which was Phoenician Cedar. He got entered into the raffle with number 34. St. Peter, of course. And then Shamba Basher, who chipped in the 11th hour and got number 35.
Ooh.
Any last words, guys? Any parting thoughts?
I'm just glad that we all made it to the end of the stream. We all made it to the end together.
I appreciate that. Very thoughtful. Thank
It's true.
you.
It is good. I apologize for spruiking the Jacob stuff, but I'll clarify at a later point in time.
No. I mean, look, it's okay. I was just joking.
No, I know. It's okay. It's good.
Jacob & Co. is just one of those brands, and then it
Well,
just...
we'll see if they disappear, guys. I mean, you never know what the market trends will reveal.
I don't know. I also feel like, I don't wish that upon anyone, actually. Whether we are talking about watch manufacturers or even, dealers, honestly, I don't wish that sort of financial ruin or even folding and moving on. It's not easy, except for people who have been in business, literally swindling people, literally running all sorts of scams. I don't wish that on anyone, and I don't think Jacob & Co. is that kind of company. I just think they're extremely overvalued and too ever-present for what they are. And I don't necessarily appreciate the fact that they basically bought the entire watch journalism just towards the end of last year. They literally bribed them. That's not cool. So by inviting them to like a whole week vacation in Sicily. So that's my case against Jacob & Co. Otherwise, the design and the personal tastes of this or that person, who am I to judge? Who am I to say? Who am I to pretend that I know any better? Yes. Thank you, everyone. Meech, do you have any last words? Any final interventions?
Don't buy Seikos, guys. It's dog shit.
No, we're trying to win. We're trying to win Seikos in the chat.
Man, I'm trying to make sure that they don't buy them by giving them away for free, Meech. How about that?
Exactly. That should tell you everything you need to know about the brand. Lord couldn't flip them, so now he has to give them away.
Oh.
Dude, the minute they arrived, I announced the giveaway. So
the minute he arrived and opened up the box, he said, "I've made a fucking terrible mistake."
I've never flipped a watch in my entire life. You're confusing me with the usual crew of people you hang out with, but I can't blame you. Guys, take care. Love you all. I will see you tomorrow at around the same time, and we'll talk about watches then again. Until then, I wish you adieu.